So now they are in, we can start.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning, everyone. Hope you had another good night's rest and you had a good tour yesterday to the different beautiful places in Abu Dhabi. Unfortunately, Harry and I were not able to do that, but we will definitely do it either this evening or tomorrow morning. So we will start where we left off yesterday. We were discussing the D and E sections, which is enhancing international cooperation for climate action and guidance and way forward. So currently we have a list of speakers which has 11 speakers on there already, but this list is still open. So if you want to, I will read out the list again so that you know that you are already in the list, and if you're not, please raise your flag again. So we will start with Algeria, then South Africa, China, Colombia, Ghana, EU, Trinidad and Tobago, Chile, Russian Federation, Norway, and Abu. So this is the list that we have right now. So let us begin with Algeria. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you and to the colleagues. So regarding the D section, we would like to highlight the current barriers to international cooperation. Second, we need to deal with the opportunities for enhancing bilateral and multilateral cooperation across technologies, solutions, and approach to tackle climate change in the context of implementing the Paris Agreement. Regarding the way forward, so we would like not to support a following up by other stakeholders as far as the Paris Agreement implementation commit parties, stakeholders essentially. Other stakeholders will intervene under the authority of parties. So for this section specifically, so we would like to, when formulating guidance, we would like to have in mind the principles set out by the Paris Agreement and the Convention, namely equity, CBDR, and we need to emphasize as well the importance of enhanced means of implementation and support. Finally, as a general comment, I would like to mention that the main objective of our exercise is to enhance the implementation of the Paris Agreement, which is a milestone of international cooperation system to combat climate change, taking into consideration national circumstances, equity, CBDR, and the need to transit justly to carbon neutral production and consumption patterns. I would like to stop there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Algeria. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. We'll try and drag this out because apparently there aren't very significant cricket matches on the schedule for today. So on that score, the first comment we had relates to a point I think Switzerland made yesterday on what's missing, and that is accountability, especially for these non-party stakeholders and initiatives. What we've seen is an explosion of initiatives outside the process, and there's a huge appetite to trade under the banner of the Paris Agreement or the logo of the UN, which is encouraging and exciting, but at the same time there is no oversight of what is actually happening, and there's an awful lot of greenwashing going on out there, especially under banners such as nature-based solutions. So I think we ought to have a better oversight, and we can't just give a blanket endorsement for any initiative anywhere when we don't even know, in many cases, whether they're delivering real climate action, and in most cases they ignore the guiding principles of the convention. The next issue there, this bullet on whether there should be I take this to mean, is this a question whether there should be a dedicated section on international cooperation where everything's put in one place, or it should be a feature under every thematic issue like mitigation, adaptation, and so forth. And I guess there's a third option, which is both. From our perspective, it really wouldn't be useful to put all the international cooperation existing only in one place, because that might lead to very generalized statements which lose on the specificity required and and the inputs that have been received under each of the other topics. But maybe you do want some sort of wrap-up section or summary section. So that was more of a question on our side. The third one on the synergies with intergovernmental processes, I'm not entirely clear what that is, because we don't really have a mandate to dictate to other processes. And likewise, there's a lot of IGOs out there who are mainstreaming climate change, which is very useful, but not necessarily in accordance with the convention and the way this process operates. There's a lot of IGOs which have very archaic decision-making structures, and which are quite unrepresentative. So I don't know exactly, we need to unpack what that means. Then the next, on the forward-looking part, guidance for NDCs. I think, yes, clearly it does belong here, and it is necessary. And the main reason for that is because NDCs are not mitigation-centric instruments. The majority of countries have comprehensive NDCs, and I think the most useful guidance would be the need for everybody to have a comprehensive NDC and to move away from a mitigation-centric silo approach towards full alignment with the Paris Agreement. This other processes and work streams, I think it's not so much guidance to them, but complementarity with them. I think the main work will be carried out by each work stream. And here and in our process, there's some places where we will need placeholders, on how those discussions pan out. Then on an interesting comment yesterday about whether we can send some signals of guidance to science. That could be quite useful. I think, on the general big picture political messaging, we could be sending a signal that, for example, to the IPCC, or in particular to the IPCC, that in this critical decade of action, it would be useful to have policy-relevant, short, concise, easily readable products available more frequently, especially because the timelines of the IPCC and the GST don't speak to each other. So if we have to wait until the end of the decade of action for the next big synthesis report, it's too late for GST2. So can they help us with some products before then? Can they take it down a level towards more implementation-orientated practical work at a regional or city level? And I think that's exactly what they're doing, which is very good, with the next report on cities, for example. And there's also critical problems with the science that is almost all English-based literature, and there's a bit of a distortion where they're getting it from. So there are some general signals we could perhaps give to the science community, which will be very helpful to the process and specifically to the GST for GST2. But I'm not suggesting that we should get into listing topics for next, IPCC reports or anything like that. That should be left to the IPCC board, because there are very real constraints about what the scientific community can do, how much resources it has, and that's a big conversation. So I'm not suggesting getting involved in that at all, but maybe some general signals. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. China.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, let me start by thanking the UAE presidency for organizing that incredible tour last night in this incredibly beautiful city, Abu Dhabi. And speaking of the substance, on the international cooperation section, first of all, allow me to present 3 overarching requests in this section. First is that there should be a dedicated section and chapter for international cooperation. in the GST outcome. And the second is that the GST must provide a clear vision of the international cooperation that will enable us together to achieve the purpose and the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. In this vision, the most fundamental and essential part is the cooperation between governments, because the cooperation between governments set the tones and send the direct and most profound signals to everyone involved in this process. And it also sets the policy environment and foreseeability for cooperation at every level among all stakeholders and across all areas with respect to climate change, in our response to climate change. So having said that, GST should not pretend to be blind to the ongoing facts of international cooperation and circumvent the critical and most real issues that deter our progress towards addressing climate change in today's world. And the third point, overarching request, is that the international cooperation section should send clear, cogent, and consistent messages instead of just listing fragmented pieces of international cooperations. So now allow me to dive into the substance of this section. With respect to the backward-looking elements, we believe that the first and foremost thing at this very start of this section is to highlight the critical role of international cooperation in addressing climate change. That is, the global nature of climate change calls for international cooperation, and the progress has been driven by international cooperation in massively increasing the deployment of mitigation and adaptation solutions and significantly reducing and decreasing the cost of all the solutions. And the second element is presenting the ongoing fact that some countries are imposing measures, including sanctions on low-carbon products and restrictions on climate-related technology cooperation and investment, and green barriers and discriminatory legislations that are not aligned with the Paris Agreement and the Convention, and also violating the WTO rules. And the third element is that the GST outcome should present the fact that the rising protectionism ongoing nowadays is undermining the parties' capabilities and progress of climate response and delay global transition, especially in developing countries. In particular, to present the critical finding, scientific finding, that if protectionism policies continue, estimated solar module prices in 2030 would be approximately 25% higher compared to a future with globalized supply chain. And the global total solar cell and module production and installation will decrease by around 370 gigawatts. And if trade barriers reduction by half from the 2017 level, that will help us to increase the global mitigation potential by around 12 gigatons CO2 equivalent by 2060. However, if with extra trade barriers, that will result in mitigation potential decreasing by 4 gigatons CO2 equivalent by 2060. So these facts and these scientific findings should be presented clearly and cogently in our GST outcome. And with respect to the forward-looking part, the first important message is to stress that parties and the entire international community should present and promote a supportive and open international economic system and measures economic system to help parties and everyone to address the problems of climate change. And measures taken to combat climate change, including unilateral ones, should not constitute a means of arbitrary or unjustifiable discrimination or disguised restriction on international trade. And the second element is that the importance and imperativeness to enhance the ambition of international cooperation in this critical decade and beyond towards achieving the purpose and long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. And by saying that, it means that parties and everyone in this in global community should facilitate global politics and economy and trade and finance and supply chain environments and ensure free and efficient exchange and allocation of resources across the globe. And the third element is to request that those parties to remove the discriminatory legislation and policies that will lock in the economic and technological gaps between developed countries and developing countries, and make sure that there will be transparent, inclusive, and non-discriminatory level playing field. Excuse me. As well as a stable global supply chain to facilitate the global green and low carbon development. And the fourth point is that to request that those parties who impose green trade barriers and border carbon pricing instrument should remove those barriers. And any revenues that have been previously collected should be contributed and collected to the operational entities of the financial mechanisms under UNFCCC. And the next point is that parties that imposed sanctions on climate-related and climate-friendly goods and technologies should remove such sanctions and restrictions. And the next point is that parties should facilitate and accelerate international cooperation on critical and emerging mitigation and adaptation technologies, including on renewables, batteries, energy saving, and energy efficient technologies. And with regard to the way forward, excuse me, I'm just recovering from a cough. I'll be very brief, is that first, it is of utmost critical importance to reiterate parties and non-party stakeholders' commitment to the Paris Agreement. And the second is to stay true to the mandate of the global stocktake, is that parties will be informed by the outcome of the global stocktake in a nationally determined manner. And the third point is critically important, is to send the essential message of the integral approach towards achieving Paris Agreement. That is, the ambition of action could only be achieved and progressed with recognizing the different starting points and capabilities by operationalizing CBDR and the increased and enhanced means of implementation support and the strengthened international cooperation. Only by this holistic approach can we really achieve the purpose and long-term goals of Paris Agreement on the ground. And the next has been shared by many of my colleagues, is that this GST in the way forward should send a signal to address the knowledge gaps. And also allow me to make two brief comments on the bullet points listed. The first is about the guidance for other processes. We truly share the concern of our South African colleagues that there should be no mandate for GST to dictate other work streams and other agenda items. And because every agenda item has a separate and independent mandates to be respected. And the second is about the follow-up. We believe that the mandates in the way forward part of the GST should be consistent with this mandate. That is to inform parties in a nationally determined manner. And actually, any follow-up to GST is already embedded in the implementation of the Paris Agreement. So there will be no standalone follow-up, and the forward-looking part and the way forward part of the GST outcome should strictly be true and respond to its mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you again for, I agreed, a wonderful tour coming from the incoming presidency last night. I would start by emphasizing that there is a clear importance on these two sections. And as others have mentioned, these probably would hopefully set the tone of what a successful outcome of the whole GST means. On that sense, we do expect that there's clear signals on how the GST process informs on ambition, on implementation, and support. The GST process needs to speak loud to all audiences and stakeholders outside the UNFCCC process. We expect that in terms of international cooperation, there's clear commitments and should land on what exactly we want to see on the years ahead, and hopefully lay grounds on the vision that is setting the international cooperation being placed under the Paris Agreement, particularly to respond to this critical decade. We would also highlight the need to identify global initiatives and partnerships, looking on specific thematic areas that are lacking behind, where actually needs more attention to succeed. We would find that it would be important to find effective operative synergies that can be placed with other intergovernmental processes, particularly on Biodiversity Convention and also with the scientific community. As others has also mentioned, on guidance, indices should be clear stated on what is that it's going to be. It needs to reflect and recognize the highest possible ambition towards long-term goals and providing clear coherence with Article 4.2 of the Paris Agreement. We would suggest including a reference to the GST guidance and hopefully recommendations within NDCs and long-term strategies. The upcoming round of NDCs is the utmost importance, and the GST should deliver strongly on that. We support the suggestion shared by Switzerland on behalf of EIG, advocating for a mandate to assist parties in preparing NDCs and endorsing possible workshops and best practices to facilitate those dialogues in the next phase, with a focus on implementation as was recommended by Malawi on behalf of LDCs. We welcome the inclusion to establish a follow-up process as well on the GST outcomes. We would find it very useful that for the process itself, there is a reference on the cycle of the GST. We need to look on how it can provide guidance, yes, and also provide best practices and lessons learned on the process as we prepare for the second GST. We would suggest identifying very clear on how we want to achieve those long-term goals of the Paris Agreement, and of course, taking sure of what is actually needed. So on that sense, I agree with others that the importance of having a way forward and a follow-up mechanism that can actually speak on the process and on the credibility of what is going to be happening on the next GST prepare us for achieving a successful GST process to come from the next years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Colombia. Ghana.
Thank you, Chair, and morning, colleagues. I think your bullet points broadly provide a good broad outline for most of what I think should go in there. But I think we should be clear from the outset that the objective of the guidance should not just be to provide guidance on how we can achieve the long-term goals, but also how we can align with what are just and equitable pathways to 1.5 degrees without overshoot. I think this is mentioned, we need an inventory of initiatives and an identification of areas where there are limited initiatives. I think this inventory will show that the cooperation is taking place, but it will also identify places where, for instance, many developed countries have expressed priorities and needs, and we've given examples of those over the past few days. I think we could also provide guidance or recommendations for existing initiatives and partnerships to reflect the principles of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. We should initiate from the outcome the development of minimum standards for those international cooperation, building on the point I just made about providing guidance and recommendations. And then finally, we understand that the guidance and the recommendations, the bullet point that you have there, will include processes outside the UNFCCC, and more importantly for non-state actors also. And we also support the calls for guidance to science.
Thank you, Ghana. EU.
Good morning, colleagues. And we also agree with the list you have projected there, and would like to add some specificities. I'm only taking some of our submission. We have a lot of suggestions there because international cooperation is key, as others said. So we would like to see emissions from shipping and aviation in line with the 1.5 limit, see included in the reference to ICAO and IMO. We would also like to see included concrete invitations to entities within the UNFCCC and outside. And as colleagues said, the UNFCCC process and the high-level champions work under the climate action agenda is important here to mention. We would also like to send again a signal to the MDBs to set out concrete plans to align their portfolios with the Paris Agreement. We would like to see the WMO work referenced here regarding systematic observations and their climate services for early warning systems. And I'm moving to the guidance now for NDCs and long-term strategies, including quantified economy-wide mitigation targets for all greenhouse gases. We would like to invite the presidencies of the present and future COPs to build momentum for the submission of the updated NDCs, informed by this first global stocktake. Then the guidance and follow-up by other processes and work streams. It's of course important that the work or the output of the global stocktake is taken forward by existing work streams and constituted bodies to implement the GST-1 in the further work. So we would like to see the follow-up process specified, but it's also of course linked to the work of these work streams at CMA 5. The Article 6 is mentioned there. We would like to see it a bit more specified. So Article 6 work to be finalized at COP28, establish robust market rules, and that the Article 6 contributes to the mitigation targets. Then we would like to, yes, to identify lessons learned from this first GST for future ones. Way forward to parties, that they prepare and communicate their NDCs and long-term strategies and incorporate the outcome of the GST-1 in their updates and document how they have done that. Implementation at national level is of course very important, and that should be informed by the outcome of the technical phase. And therefore, we would like to see a reference to the technical reports and the GST online tool in the output of this process. Regarding stakeholders, of course, they are very important, in particular in the context of the Global Climate Action Agenda and the activities of the high-level champions. And like South Africa, we would see more accountability of their actions and commitments, and therefore refer to the UNSG's high-level expert group on the net zero emission commitments of non-state entities. Then finally, we also note that science has been key to this first GST, and IPCC is the best available science. And it would, of course, be essential to have timely input from them to the second GST. But we also think that it's not useful to invite the IPCC to produce specific reports, because it's independent from the IPCC, has its own process. And in January, there's a plenary where parties or members to the IPCC discuss the work program. So there is the place to discuss the topics of the new reports. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues. And I really do also have to add my thanks to the UAE for the fabulous tour options that we had yesterday evening. I agree with those who have underscored the critical importance of the sections that we're looking at. Maybe before I give some specific remarks, I have a general comment. I think in relation to the Enhancing International Cooperation for Climate Action section, we may need to work out or discuss as parties, the extent to which this section is a more visionary, inspirational section dealing with kind of, very high-level overarching issues relating to international cooperation, and the extent to which this section is more operational, dealing with the nuts and bolts around accountability, engagement with non-party stakeholders, as well as, building specific synergies across different intergovernmental processes. I think right now, again, we're kind of mixing up a lot of different things in the context of one section, and we may need to have a bit of a discussion on how we really want to see this section developed, because I'm hearing a lot of proposals in the room that, may result in a bit of overlap between what we do here and what we set out higher up in terms of the context and those earlier sections of the document. So just putting it on record that we probably have to have a bit of a discussion on what we mean and what we want to see here. That being said, we can also agree on behalf of AOSIS with the trend of the bullets that have been put up in terms of the subheadings for this section. We'd want to add the point that international cooperation must take into consideration the special circumstances of SIDS in the provision of finance, technology, and capacity building support. We would support those who have mentioned the role of the coalitions and all these pledges and action plans and the need for greater accountability around these, as well as the need to create an expectation that there would have to be some tracking of implementation around these additional areas of work. And we'd also want to acknowledge here the role of non-state actors in following up on the GST outcome. In terms of guidance and the way forward, again, I think the broad headings here are useful. For us, we would definitely want to see guidance for NDCs here, as well as, it may not be guidance for other processes and work streams, but definitely here's where we'd want to flesh out some of the interlinkages between the GST outcome and other processes, especially in terms of further work and follow-up. We think, like others, that there's room here to invite parties to indicate how the GST has informed their NDC update, and also to invite developed country parties to demonstrate progress on how they are meeting the commitment to double adaptation finance by 2025. We'd also look forward to seeing here some encouragement to parties in a nationally determined manner and keeping in mind national circumstances to adopt best practices as reflected in the reports of the technical assessment process. We're still of the view that a technical annex would really serve us in this process in terms of as one of the outcomes from the GST, and as very useful for parties when they prepare their NDC updates. We understand that we're running out of time in terms of who or when that document might be created, but we do think it would be extremely important to have a reference here in this section to the technical assessment phase, the outputs of the technical assessment phase, because we think that there's much valuable information contained in those. We'd also think it would be useful to have a reference here to the need to establish a capacity building and technical assistance program for the development of NDCs in line with the invitation to improve NDCs. And we could also mention here the UNSG mandate to hold an event for the presentation of NDCs in 2025. We think there might be space for a heading here on the process after the first GST and informing the next GST. We do not have a lot of turnaround time between GSTs, and I think one thing we really have to grapple with in this first GST is the notion that, we are stuck with GSTs forever. In the context of the Paris Agreement, they will be happening on a 5-year cycle. It's not a question of having a GST, forgetting about it, and then waking up 2 years later to start the process from fresh, or to start the process again. from our perspective, we think that we need to be able to embed within the Paris Agreement implementation cycle and within our working methods this acknowledgement that the GST is a permanent part of the way that we work and an essential element of Paris Agreement implementation. So in that sense, for this first GST, we think it would be useful to reference the need for an agenda item on follow-up of the first GST under the Paris Agreement. We also think it would be necessary to request some work from the Secretariat in the sense of a report on lessons learned from the conduct of this first GST and areas for further work that need to be taken into account in the second GST. We are operating in a learning by doing process. We do need to have, though, an opportunity to learn and not just continue to do. And we think that establishing an appropriate follow-up process will provide us with that opportunity to actually learn. And we also think it would be useful to invite parties and others, organizations, non-party stakeholders to submit to the Secretariat by early 2024, maybe February 2024, information on their experiences and lessons learned through the conduct of the first GST. And finally, we would agree with the interventions from South Africa, the EU, Switzerland yesterday, other parties on the importance of some reference to the science, some reference to the role of the IPCC, keeping in mind that we cannot be prescriptive, but also taking into account that there will be some need to invite the IPCC to continue to provide relevant information, but also to take into account the work of the UNFCCC and the 5-year global stocktake cycles in how they organize their work for the reasons that Simon already explained. Thanks.
Thanks, Trinidad Tobago, Chile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all colleagues. And let me also join my voice in thanking the UAE for organizing this extremely interesting visit to different places around this beautiful city. I personally went to the Qasr Al Watan Palace, and I was really impressed by its beauty and the magnificent example of something that can be done quickly. It took only 7 years. And at the same time is efficient and simple, but at the same time, it's something that remains as an example of something that can be done with a clear vision forward. So maybe that's a good example for us also to set our minds to achieve something meaningful here. On the topics that are on the screen, let me first of all let me associate with the statement made yesterday by Cuba. We have the G77, and today Colombia we have a VILAC. Let me just add a few things that on national capacity to complement those interventions. And let me start by saying that the bullets on the screen, I think they're very useful. At the same time, I think they are very broad, so flexible just to start populating with content, and we can work on that basis. Having said that, let me say that on the reference to Article 6, I think it's an important connection and link, but at the same time, I think it's important to recognize the Article 6 as its own arrangements, its own reporting methods, and it is a voluntary approach that is set in the Paris Agreement, and therefore it would be a recognition of the importance of the Article 6 as a potential tool in order to advance the GST, but it shouldn't create additional burdens or additional structures or reporting methods that would be additional to what has been already agreed and negotiated. I agree with many others and I really like the way EOSIS has just put it as a vision, as a collection of high-level plans for the GST in this section. And I think the AGN mentioned this concept of an inventory of initiatives. I think that's an interesting concept, and I really like it. in that regard, I think this section of international cooperation could really be the place in order to put all of our ideas of what we can achieve together in specific areas. And many things have been said, but let me just say that, for example, of course, in the ocean issues that we can do together, cryosphere, I think it's been mentioned by several delegations. I really like and agree with it. But also in the terms of forests, I think many of our countries are struggling to commit to carbon neutrality, and we normally concentrate our efforts in emission reductions, which is good, but at the same time, the other part of the equation is the removals, and many of our countries that are very intensive in forest, we need to discuss on how we can achieve a higher ambition in the protection of our sinks, of our natural sinks, and from that perspective, maybe the GST can provide some direction in that regard. Nature-based solution is also very important. Somebody mentioned global observation. I think it was the EU. I think I fully agree. In a previous intervention, we mentioned that there is a very important gap in science and observation, especially in the global south, and maybe that's something that the GST can also look into, the energy transition, of course, and other sectoral efforts that can be done collectively. I also agree with the idea of engaging with non-state actors. I think we are not starting from scratch here. There are many initiatives that have been done already in this regard. High-level champions, the market partnership has covered some of this. And I think it's important to have a discussion on accountability and make sure that maybe the good intentions that are coming from non-state actors have a reasonable level of transparency and accountability in order to be validated and be coherent with what we're trying to achieve here. And on the guidance and way forward, let me say that I fully agree with those that have spoken about the guidance of NDC as a crucial element of the GST. The NDC is not only about mitigation, and the guidance for NDC therefore should reflect on the variety of topics that parties have spontaneously put in their NDC. So it's also about adaptation and finance and technology transfer and many other things that are populated in the NDCs, and we need to take advantage of that rich components. Also, I wanted to say that on the way forward, I think we can, and I'm very much building from what Colombia just said. We see that there are three levels of the way forward for the GST and tasks that we can have ahead of us. One, of course, is the cycle of the GST. I really like the way Eosis just explained it. We cannot just perform one GST and then forget about it and look for the next one. We need to see what lessons learned we can achieve, we can understand. And the second GST will start 2 years in advance, according to our own mandates. So in order to get there, in order to take stock of the lessons learned, we need to start discussing it before. So we fully agree on the idea of an agenda item follow-up of the GST next year. So that's the first sort of dimension of follow-up. So the cycle of GST. The second one is what Colombia just explained on what we can do together, and under this category we can list off all of the things that I just mentioned in different sectorial approaches and topics. And the third one is what can we do individually in our own national capacities. The NDCs will be informed by the GST. We will do our own work domestically, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that we can get together as parties in full respect of our nationally determined nature of NDCs, and discuss together what we are doing domestically and learn from each other, trying to find opportunities of international cooperation, and then go back to our own domestic space and see what the definitions and targets we can set for ourselves. But that discussion can happen, and I think that is something that the GSC can also reflect on. But in order to do that, of course, we would need to find a way for everybody to feel comfortable, just to say this is a voluntary thing, this is a voluntary space that we can set up for ourselves. Next year, in 2025, all of us will be working on our new NDCs that need to be more ambitious. But so let's get together, let's put our heads together, let's see what we can do together. Maybe there will be coincidences in the sectors, in the ways that we identify roadblocks and gaps, and maybe we can work together in order to overcome those and find maybe opportunities that we wouldn't find if we didn't have that conversation as we make progress in the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chile. Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and we would like to thank the UAE for an incredible tour organized yesterday. International cooperation is a crucial enabler for achieving ambitious climate mitigation goals and sustainable development. When developing climate policy measures, priority should be given to internationally coordinated actions. We strongly support having a standalone section on international cooperation. We believe that free-for-all access to technology, finance, and investment should be reflected in the GST as one of the key conditions for the implementation of climate policy in all countries. We would also highlight the importance of strengthening the exchange of robust data. We would also like to reiterate that artificial limitations and restrictions are counterproductive and contradictory to provisions of the Paris Agreement and hamper international cooperation. So we expect that this statement will be addressed in the GST outcome. International cooperation should be transparent and non-discriminatory, with countries promoting and not restricting it. We would welcome enhancing international cooperation for climate action through increasing the role of all stakeholders, including the private sector, in the implementation of the climate agenda. Regarding Article 6, we would support its reflection in the GST section for international cooperation. Carbon markets are a good mechanism for attracting private sector, and it is crucial to preserve economic nature of carbon markets that attracts companies to participate in market mechanisms. It is also significant to stress the need for carbon markets to be transparent and inclusive. Regarding the way forward, the GST outcome should inform parties in aligning the NDCs with long-term strategies that are consistent with pathways towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate-resilient development. Thus, parties will update in a nationally determined manner their actions and support in accordance with the Paris Agreement and in enhancing international cooperation. We would like to reiterate that any prescriptive guidance would be unacceptable in the GST outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Norway.
Thank you for this starting point. I would like to add some points to specify the bullets under guidance and way forward. We would like to see an invitation to parties to submit or update their adaptation communications and to use and support NAPs, as well as other tools to scale up adaptation action. We would also include an invitation to parties to submit their first BTR to enhance transparency and enable collective accountability, and invite parties to provide increased climate finance and contribute to making finance flows consistent with low GHG and climate resilient development. For us, it is important that IPCC has its own independent process to finalize their work program for their 7th cycle without specific suggestions from us on special reports. However, we support a general encouragement towards the IPCC on the need for updated scientific information for the next global stocktake, as EU also have mentioned. We also have some specific suggestions on guidance and follow-up in the specific thematic parts of our submissions, for example, guidance on NDCs. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Abu?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay would like to echo the words provided by other colleagues and giving a big thank to the UAE for providing the wonderful visitors yesterday. And secondly, we would like to join to the intervention made by Cuba on behalf of G77 yesterday. Ambassador Maria Carmen reminded us on that enhancing international cooperation for climate action is the second pillar of the Article 14.3 of the Paris Agreement. In this context, technical and financial support provided by the developed countries is vital to enhance international cooperation. Identifying progress and gaps on this provision to enhance international cooperation is vital to the outcomes of the global Stocktake, and in our view, they should be part of the outline. On this sense, Mr. Chair, Abu agrees with China. Backward and forward-looking references are required also here in international cooperation in order to make this item balanced with other items of the CMA decision. Considering that good practices, experience, and potential opportunities to enhance international cooperation are among the sources of input for the global Stocktake, in our view, these elements should be also reflected in the outcomes, together with lessons learned and challenges. So these elements should be also captured in the outline. Regarding cooperation under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, we are not comfortable on emphasizing one specific article of the Paris Agreement when it could be considered under the second bullet jointly with mitigation. In our view, cooperative approaches are under the mitigation session in the Decision 1 CP21 in the Paris decision. We share the same concern flagged by South Africa on synergies across intergovernmental process. I will not repeat it, but we share the same concerns. Regarding item E on guidance and way forward, we also share the same concern flagged by South Africa, China, Ghana, Chile, and others. Currently, we don't have a specific language proposal for guidance for NDCs, but for this bullet point, we see that we need to respect the national determined approach. So the nationally determined approach is needed here, and we need to reflect the language from the first pillar of Article 14.3 of Paris Agreement more precisely. Similarly, language for enhanced international cooperation is also needed here to reflect the second pillar of the Article 14.3 of Paris Agreement, Mr. Chair. We are not in favor of having guidance for other processes and work streams. In our view, it's not aligned to the paragraph 9 of Decision 19 CMA 1. The decision from Katowice says that the global Stocktake will conduct it avoiding duplication of work and take into account the Kyoto Protocol, the work conducted under the Paris Agreement, the Convention, and the Kyoto Protocol. So in our view, the GST will not guide other processes. The mandate from Katowice decision is take into account the results of the relevant work conducted under the Paris Agreement, the Convention, and the Kyoto Protocol. So more precisely, our proposal is replacing guidance for other processes and work streams by consideration of the results from relevant work conducted under the Paris Agreement, the Convention, and the Kyoto Protocol. So in our view, placeholders for the ongoing negotiations are needed regarding the respective thematic areas. For example, regarding means of implementation, we need a reference to the new collective finance quantified goal. Regarding adaptation, we need reference to the global goal on adaptation, and so on. Finally, Mr. Chair, on way forward, it's not clear what follow-up means here, but anyway, we would like to provide some suggestion to the way forward. In our view, we think that a reference to joint efforts towards a strengthened global governance under the Convention, its Kyoto Protocol, and Paris Agreement are needed. We need to have a reiteration of United Nations Secretary General mandate to hold event for presentation of NDCs in COP30 in 2025. And finally, we see the need to referencing to looking forward to start the Global Stocktake 2 in 2026. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Abu. So the list as it stands right now is Cuba, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, India, Philippines, and Australia. Then we have two parties, Canada and Brazil, that have requested for the floor for the second time, and we have 4 observers. Cuba.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Chair, undoubtedly, we are hearing a lot of very valuable observations in this block of our discussion, but also I'm hearing a lot of conflicting views on what we should expect from this section on international cooperation in the GST. Building up on what we said yesterday, I think it would be good if we read again what the GST is all about. And I think it's very clear from paragraph 1 of the decision, decision 19 of CMA 1, which provide that shall periodically take stock of the implementation of the Paris agreements to assess the collective progress, and I should emphasize that, the collective progress of all of us towards achieving the purpose of the agreement, of the Paris Agreement, and its long-term goal. So there are a number of issues that have been raised by Paris here that does not correspond to that collective progress in advancing the final goal of the Paris Agreement. To me and to the G77, the GST been and a stock take of the progress should start by emphasizing how we collectively have complied and implemented the commitments that we have under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. And that starts with the principles of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. And that needs to be very clear in the preamble of whatever, of the first paragraph of the section on international cooperation. It has to point what has been the gaps, or what are the gaps in implementing and reaching that objective of the Paris Agreement. Because there are gaps. We have all recognized that there are tremendous gaps in implementing and in complying with the commitments that we all have. Because the international cooperation is first and foremost reinforcing the multilateral framework, and the multilateral framework to combat climate change is first the Convention and second the Paris Agreement and the Kyoto Protocol. So I don't see something beyond that when we talk about international cooperation if it is not reinforcing the multilateral framework to fight climate change, which is, for the purpose we're talking, the Paris Agreement based on the Convention. So that is, to me, the first thing that we should emphasize when talking at the international cooperation, enhancing international cooperation for climate action. I would not start in any way by cooperative initiative and partnerships. If we guide by experience, we can say that most of the partnership initiatives that we have had on the different processes, they have barely contributed to the purposes of those processes, and we can refer to the follow-up of the Rio Conference, Rio +20, and including the various COPs that we have had under the Convention. So I would not start by initiative. Initiative can be of various natures. Mostly they don't talk to the commitments of Paris as per the Convention and the Paris Agreement. Then on the issue of synergies across intergovernmental processes, I really have doubts on that. That is of an extremely wide nature. I don't know to what intergovernmental processes we're referring to here. It could be processes outside the framework of the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and I don't think we have mandate at all to look into those processes. Other issues, what would be other issues? I would be careful in opening a Pandora box here, though we don't know what issues we are expecting or we're talking to. Then on guidance, I think that a number of delegations have said important observations that we can look at, and now on my own national capacity, I think that the Paris Agreement is clear, and the decision on implementing the Paris Agreement, Decision 19 is also very clear. What is the extent and the scope of this exercise? And I believe paragraph 3C is very clear, is informing Paris in updating and enhancing in a nationally determined manner. Informing and in updating and enhancing. So I would avoid entering in a sort of parallel process that put an extra burden, particularly on developing countries in terms of reporting. We have our own reporting mechanisms as per the Paris Agreement and the arrangement to follow up the Paris Agreement. So I think we have to be very careful when we refer to further guidance on NDCs, and then guidance for other processes and work stream. My colleagues have also referred to this issue, so I will not go into that. On the issue of the way forward, I think the way forward, again, correlates to the first portion of what we had in the script. What is the way forward for us to continue advancing, progressing collectively in reaching the objective of the Paris Agreement? So follow up by Paris is around commitments. Follow up by other stakeholders. I think we need more discussion on that. But I think the basic follow up is what we have in the Paris Agreement, and on the decision habilitating the implementation of the Paris Agreement. So I will leave it at that. I think it's useful what you have presented. It has allowed us to go deeper or to explain deeper our thinking on those issues, but clearly there are specifically some particular issues that need further reflection on them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kuba. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. And again, I'll echo the thanks to our gracious host for the wonderful tour yesterday. So for the international cooperation section, without going into too much detail, we think the beginning of the section needs to highlight very strongly the importance of international cooperation and its role in the enhanced implementation of the agreement in the context of the convention, and really how it can have a huge enabling element to enhancing national ambition and implementation. The second thing we should highlight explicitly here, which is missing from the bullets, is that a supportive and open international economic system would lead to sustainable economic growth and development in all parties, particularly developing country parties, would thus enable them to better address the problems of climate change. And this is directly from the convention. We think it would be well placed here to set the context for the rest of the section. The third important point, I know we have cooperative initiatives and partnerships, but I think it's important to highlight that considerable climate action has been spurred at the international level since the adoption of the Paris Agreement through various international initiatives. Here, perhaps, we think it could be a good idea to have initiatives listed. However, we're not sure if a complete listing is possible. It would then be a very, very comprehensive list, and not sure where that could be housed in the middle of a decision. However, we also think that we shouldn't list bilateral initiatives also within this list, because that would make the list too long. Perhaps JETPs, for example, and other bilateral initiatives, we may want to reconsider having them within the body of the text, or else we might have to think of all other bilateral initiatives, and that might take us too long within a decision text. So that's perhaps for the first section on cooperation, its importance, and what has been done thus far. We should also reference very explicitly regression in international cooperation and the global political environment at the moment. we should highlight the emergence of unilateral measures and how this directly goes against international cooperation and what we're trying to achieve within the agreement, particularly hindering the dissemination of low-emission technologies through sanctions and other barriers. This should be highlighted very clearly, and also call on parties to remove those and engage in a positive and cooperative manner. I'm not going to repeat what our dear colleague from China said. There's also more detail in our LMDC submission. I would also tend to agree that then the third section of the, I think a lot of our colleagues mentioned some of the important elements in terms of why international cooperation is critical. Colleague from AOSIS, ILAC, etc. We would also second having that importance highlighted strongly here. We would also support some forward-looking elements in terms of highlighting that parties shall facilitate, accelerate, and strengthen international cooperation on critical and emerging mitigation and adaptation technologies, which would include, for example, renewable energy generation and storage, batteries, energy saving and energy efficient technologies, hydrogen energy, smart grids, distributed grids, civil nuclear energy, advanced materials, CCUS, removal technologies, and so on and so forth. I think this is a great place, if not the best place, to highlight the wide variety of solutions that could be further enabled by partnerships, innovations, R&D, require further investment and joint deployment in order to reduce costs and also accelerate their dissemination. This is really the perfect place to highlight this. We would also support having reference to Article 6 and cooperation under Article 6, including non-market approaches. And there's further detail within our submission. For the way forward, we also tend to agree on the importance of NDCs, as highlighted by our colleagues from South Africa, and the fact that they're not just about mitigation. However, we are of the view that we shouldn't be too specific in terms of what the NDCs will include, and that level of prescriptiveness we do not support in terms of what the next round of NDCs will include for each party. Hence, we've expressed in the past that we don't agree with the term guidance, because we view that NDCs are nationally determined and they should not be subscribed in terms of their detail through the GST. Instead, we are of the view that we should reiterate that the GST and its outcomes shall inform parties in updating and enhancing in a nationally determined manner their actions and support in accordance with the relevant provisions of the agreement. We think that will provide the premise for parties to be informed by the GST and its different provisions. The second point on the way forward element is on additional processes to design NDCs. There are 2 points here. There are already existing processes within the cycles of the Paris Agreement that are meant to give parties the space to design their NDCs. And there are very long national processes for parties to undertake in terms of unpacking the GST outcome, understanding what it means, understanding how to shape their new NDCs. So we are not in support of having an additional process to design the NDC between the two GSTs. We think this is duplicative, also unnecessary, and we should really simplify and allow the process to take its course, its due course. The last point here is some of our colleagues mentioned guidance to science and future science. We already referenced within the adaptation segment a possible special report on the GGA, its challenges, costs, and pathways to achieving it. We would also think that something that could be useful in advance of the next GST was perhaps guidance to the science in terms of perhaps improving its equity considerations in future work on mitigation and adaptation as well. This is a key gap which we've consistently highlighted as a group in terms of some of the methodological challenges and assumptions with the science, and a call to improve equity consideration and make the science further aligned and consider the principles of the agreement could be very useful in how we use the science in future iterations. An additional point I think that needs to be reflected is that we will only achieve enhanced ambition through the acknowledgement of the different starting points. And here, reiterating the principle of CBDRRC and the provisions that we would have mentioned in the preambular section would be important for us. And also maybe two additional points on the how this can be facilitated by international cooperation, and that parties shall adopt a holistic approach in implementing the Paris Agreement. We could reiterate the invitation of parties to present their indices informed by the global stocktake at the special event. We can take this directly from 19 CMA 1. And the last point would look forward to the start of the next GST in 2026. But in general, we think Section D should really have, as our colleague from IOSIS mentioned, a very strong message of unity and hope and the importance of international cooperation and how this can be both in terms of a high-level message, but also practically what we can do together. In our view, the way forward section should be very simple, very direct, recall a lot of existing provisions and should not be creating new or instituting new processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Senegal.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. And also Senegal, speaking on behalf of LDC's group, and also want to join colleagues who have spoken before for thanking the UNA for these opportunities to visit Abu Dhabi. Chair, yesterday we have given our intervention on the enhancing international cooperation for climate action. Today maybe I will focus on the guidance and the way forward, but I just want to maybe also echo and support what was being said by the AGN regarding the inventory of initiative. I think it's good to know what's going on, and I think it's good also to look how accountable we can take on board this initiative and how to maybe strengthen their role in contributing to our effort to combat climate change. I also want to also bring the issue of regional collaboration center. There is a need really to see how we can enhance their role in allowing regional cooperation. And also I think when talking about regional cooperation, we talk also about the transboundary aspect of what we're doing on the climate change. And I think it's really key to see how we can really enhance their role in this process. Regarding the guidance, I think the guidance is required because the GST have to inform the next NDCs. So I think we need to be aligned with the 1.5 degree pathway. I think we all acknowledge the fact that what the IPCC 6 report bring to us, there is a need really for urgency, and there is a need really to be online with this recommendation. So we need to make it effective. So we as LDCs really look how the GST can inform parties in updating and enhancing in a national determined manner. Yeah, the action and also the support regarding the NDCs. We want also, as been said by our group, to see also, to be informed how NDCs, future NDCs has been taken on board, the recommendation from the GST, and as I say, align with the science recommendation. We also think that there's a need really to have more LTS on the table. I think we need to encourage all parties to provide LTS. I think it's really important. It's give us clarities where we're going. It's give us clarities where countries might have some barriers, some challenges. in order to fulfill this recommendation from the science. So I think we call also for parties to put on the table more LTS and look for support also for LDC to be supported to have also some LTS. So I think this is really relevant. We think that also has been said by South Africa, the AGN, the NDCs is not only tackling mitigation, is also take on board adaptation, is take on board. So we're looking for the next also NDC to take on board for loss and damage because it's the realities. So we expect regarding the adaptation part, maybe the GGA outcome from COP28 will be helpful in order to guide us on how we deal with the adaptation and also how we deal with the adaptation communication and also how also we deal with adaptation regarding the BGR. I think we're looking really to, from the GST and also from the outcome of the GGA to put some additional element on how to move on adaptation. And as been said yesterday, we talked about a lot of on mean of implementation, and I think we all call for enhancing and increasing the support for developing countries, and we might need to have some recommendation to really see how developed parties are supporting us regarding implementing our NDCs. I think yesterday we talked about that. We talked about implementation of NAP. So we need to really to see, to provide some guidance to ensure that these are well taken on board, in particularly how they, I think Oasis mentioned it regarding how they take on board the doubling of adaptation, how they participate to the replacement of the GCF, how they participate also to the loss and damage fund, and how also is in line with the future deliberation with the new collective goal on finance. So I think this is also something we think that we need some guidance from the GST outcome for that. Regarding the way forward, yes, I support what Abu say and Oasis regarding the necessity to have maybe a UN Secretary General events to really present how NDCs are aligned with the 1.5 pathway in 2025. We really echo that. We echo also the necessity to have a roadmap, because we think that the outcome of the GST, we need to follow, to monitor. We need to check how it's moved, how it helps us to be in line with the recommendation of science. I think we can't talk about science for only talking about science. We need action on the ground, and we need really to check how this action is going on, in particular for us regarding this, our level of vulnerabilities. And as I said yesterday, the risk will be enhanced, it will increase, so we need to check how we really we doing our effort globally, collectively, as been said by Cuba, to really ensure that we are on line with the science recommendation. So, as been said also by Small Island, I think the role of science is important. So we look for also giving some guidance on to the IPCC to help us also how we're gonna be in a position to use this his recommendation for next GST. So, as been to conclude, we need an outcome. We need a roadmap clearly from the GST on how we do things. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. India.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to align with the submissions made by Saudi Arabia on behalf of LMDC. Our observations on the international cooperation are as follows. On cooperative initiatives and partnerships, international cooperation is fundamental to dealing with the problem of global warming, as it is a global collective action problem. But for the scope of our work, international cooperation for climate action is defined by the terms of UNFCCC and Paris Agreement. This should be the scope of this section, and we should stay within those terms. In this regard, cooperation is defined through specific obligations and commitments of parties based on the principles of equity and CBDRRC in the light of their national circumstances. But within the scope of these obligations and commitments, a wide variety of actual forms and mechanisms of their realization actually take place. The stocktaking of the GST should deal with this. In a number of decisions in the pre-2020 period and after, the need for support for developing countries has been repeatedly realized. Whether they have indeed been done is for the GST to record based on the inputs received so far in the technical dialogues and other inputs received from stakeholders. A wide variety of bilateral and plurilateral initiatives have been undertaken by specific parties or set of parties. While they are well within their rights to do so, other parties have not joined some of them on the grounds of disagreement with the nature of the objectives and goals of such initiatives and their modalities of realizing them. These include a number of them that single out individual fossil fuels or a single gas or mitigation action in a single sector, etc. Their inclusion in the GST is therefore not acceptable. Such initiatives may contain objectives and goals that, in view of the parties that join them, go beyond or fall short of the objectives and goals defined in decisions of UNFCCC, COP, Paris Agreement CMA, Kyoto Protocol, CMP. Again, the GST, which is limited to our work here under the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, cannot include such initiatives for any specific mention. On the thematic areas to be included, among the thematic areas to be included, there are several to be noted, and the technical dialogue has given us many useful suggestions. On global targets, we must point out that they are not simply to be put down in the thematic areas of cooperation. They must also be anchored in our considerations of mitigation and adaptation and the provision for the means of implementation. So international cooperation is not the place for such targets. The key guideline for the section on international cooperation is in the forward-looking aspect. There must be a parallel statement here and in the means of implementation for all actions proposed under mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. Similarly, so-called global initiatives such as efforts to decarbonization of scale, promoting city-to-city cooperation, are a misplaced emphasis, as the commitments under the PA are through the parties driven through the principles of equity and CBDRRC. Sectoral initiatives must adhere to the decisions already taken or must be the subject of future decisions, but such possible decisions cannot be anticipated here in the GST. The GST is not the place for a list of possibilities of every kind. Going from global stocktakes to regional and thematic stocktakes, as suggested by some parties, is not, in our view, the way forward. These are not processes under the Paris Agreement for follow-up, and our focus should be on action and not a further round of stocktaking that will only exhaust time and resources. In this part of the GST, we will await the specifics before we can be sure of which way we are headed. On non-party stakeholders, we cannot possibly cover the huge variety of initiatives across the world. Hence, it would be inappropriate to single out any specific or a set of specifics in this regard. This part would necessarily have to be in general terms only, while the record of the technical discussions would keep on record their interventions. This section could also call the attention of NPS to the principles and values of the Convention and Parties Paris Agreement and invite them to incorporate them in their work, especially in the scientific and business communities, including the importance of equity and CBDRRC. On Article 6 cooperation, there must be a balanced account of Article 6 cooperation. We cannot have complete approval of only carbon markets, ignoring the role of non-market approaches that India in particular, with our partners in the LMDC, have championed. We need an objective accounting of the current status of carbon market approaches, noting not only the positive but also the serious limitations of the approaches. The repeated collapse of the carbon offset market, first in the case of the CDM, CERs, and now in the last 1 year, the voluntary carbon market shows the limits of carbon markets in stark fashion. We note also that such collapse is related to charges of greenwashing leveled at developing countries hosting such projects, which only devalues whatever little we hope to gain from this approach. We note that non-market approaches operationalize the true spirit of cooperation and provide an important venue of international cooperation to address climate change, including mitigation and adaptation in order to achieve the goals of Paris Agreement. In the context of the defense of the rights of indigenous peoples, the local communities, the protection of Mother Earth, and climate justice. This must be recorded in the GST outcomes. On synergies across intergovernmental processes, this must be limited and factual. The GST is a review of our work under Paris Agreement and not a place to approve and enhance the work of other treaties, conventions, and agreements which have not undergone a similar review or are too new to be reviewed. On guidance and way forward, the issue of guidance is clearly laid out by the terms of the Paris Agreement. While the process of conducting the GST had to be elaborated, there is no particular ambiguity with regard to the GST. Parties will be informed by the outcome or outcomes of the GST and will then formulate their NDCs. Any standalone discussion or workshop or anything more extended to implementing the outcomes is uncalled for. One, it goes against the voluntary nature of NDCs, which cannot be undermined by subtly dictating what NDCs should have. Second, we already have several processes and work programs at play, and adding one more that will inevitably overlap with all of these is not justified. The BTRs that are going to come at an increased frequency will provide the opportunity to learn and acknowledge the efforts of all parties. Since we anticipate synthesis reports of the BTRs as per usual practice, this will monitor in great detail our progress. The GST provides the opportunity for stock taking every 5 years, and the MRV mechanism in PA provides for regular monitoring and review. Hence, review of GST is not necessary separately. Other processes and work streams will of course learn from the GST, but that is in the normal course of events, since all processes learn from all past and current work streams. Hence, no special emphasis is required. As for the way forward, we again reiterate that the follow-up by parties and the CMA are already incorporated in the PA and the PA rule book. Other stakeholders will, as always, follow the guidance that is available in the UNFCCC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, India. Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we also extend our appreciation to UAE, the incoming COP28 presidency, for the generous, warm, and hospitable accommodation and the cultural tours yesterday. So the Philippines highlights the need to ensure inclusion and concrete recommendations and ways forward in the GST outcome, including and enhance synergies and partnerships such as North and South cooperation to ensure effective and efficient flow of means of implementation and support from developed to developing countries, consistent with the Convention and the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. Ramping up voluntary and innovative cooperation such as South-South and Triangular is likewise critical to accelerate and close the gaps in the delivery of needs-based support for at least vulnerable countries like the Philippines. But this additional international cooperation must be over and above the MOI and support. MOIs under the PA must be the mandatory baseline of action in such additional South-South and Triangular cooperation, and these elements are welcome for enhanced effectiveness of result. Co-chairs, multilateralism is key, but it needs to be coordinated, coherent, transparent, and facilitative so the ends of cooperations are achieved, and we want to see that in these elements. On the element of the role of non-party stakeholders, we also support elements recognizing their important role in complementing efforts to enhance resilience and transition to low-carbon economic development, including through investments and knowledge and technology development and transfer. Finally, the GST's cross-cutting considerations must facilitate the complementation and coherence with other relevant frameworks and agreements, such as the Enhanced Transparency Framework, 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, the UNCD, and the UNCBD. All of these are reflected in the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. Australia.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. And like others, just want to extend my gratitude to the Presidency for the excellent opportunities we were provided with last night. Just a couple of things from me. So the international cooperation section, Section D here. Honestly, I've never been super convinced about the need for this section, as while we agree that international cooperation is really central to our work, we see much of the content that we want being delivered elsewhere under the relevant thematic headings. But honestly, no objection to the headings here in general, so they're fine with us. Another general point, we're not keen to task the IPCC with work specifically. Parties have other places for this, as I think other colleagues have mentioned, but I mean, it could be possible in this space to indicate the central role that the IPCC has in supporting the GST's knowledge base and inviting them to consider how they can support the second GST or other processes at their upcoming plenary. So that would probably be our preference in terms of how that that intent or that outcome was handled. Just on the guidance and way forward section, a few comments on here. Like Norway, we agree on the utility of encouraging submission of NAPs and BTRs, other products. And then on the NDC guidance question here, I have to admit I'm not sure this is where it belongs. While we would really appreciate a follow-up process to help us implement Article 4.9 in terms of taking into account the obligation we have to take into account the outcomes of the GST in future NDCs, I think that's more properly included in the follow-up section. But we do think that that follow-up is very useful, just to kind of add our voice to that conversation. Maybe the key outcome of the Stocktake process is how it helps us design our NDCs, the highest possible ambition that they can manifest, including by the work that we've done in the GST to identify policy measures and sectoral approaches that we can use to enhance ambition and implementation. And I think as a colleague from Senegal on behalf of LDC said, this is really crucial in terms of our ability to achieve our 1.5 degree goal. I'm open to thinking about whether this is NDC specific or whether it's a broader comeback to talk about adaptation and means of implementation and support outcomes as well, but we do think that that is an important piece. But just sort of circling back to the guidance question, I think more broadly we see the NDC guidance heading here living more properly in the mitigation section. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Nepal.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. We join other with thanking the host UAE for all the excellent arrangement, and for the tour. Chair, very briefly on the international cooperation, we value the importance of this topic, no doubt, and agree and subscribe to many of the ideas that has been shared here. As we unpack the thematic areas, I think it has to be seen like how this will unfold. We would be interested to see loss and damage being reflected there. But it depends how we are taking the thematic areas. We value the role of the non-party stakeholder. Just a couple of things. One, I think we hear from the colleague, particularly on the initiatives, some concern also, like how do we bring together many of the initiatives that are here in this process. But I think there are also solutions to that. There are processes within this forum, within the UNFCCC, to bring together, like for example, the inventory, the ideas that maybe the colleague from ASEAN has shared, also the website that the UNFCCC has worked as a platform where different initiatives are brought together. So I think we can also try to explore some of these solutions as we move ahead. In terms of the guidance and way forward, I think that's very important for us. Like, what do we do after the global stocktake? I think as we hear, there are two broad views that we are hearing in the room. Having a process of after the GST up to the submission of NDC and up to the next NDC, but also the concern over starting a new process. I think these are the two broad views that we hear in the room. I think there are a lot of convergence as well. There are a lot of things that can be done remaining within the mandate of the Paris Agreement. The nationally determined nature, the goals that we have agreed within the Paris Agreement. For us, it's very important, like coming from the country where even the 1.5 degree is too high, the best case scenario that we all have agreed, because of our capacity to respond, because of our geography, because of the resource constraint, and also in many cases the resource that has to be diverted to the emerging need in responding to the impact of climate change. So we subscribe with many of the ideas, I think, that has been said by the chair of the LDC, ILAC, EOSIS, that we can't forget the GST and then again start planning for the next one. So it will be very important to have a guidance, a clear guidance for the indices to be aligned with 1.5 degree. Also, I think which is not there, and it has been, I think, presented by LDC, also Norway, related to the NAPs. This is also the adaptation has a broad, like the options in terms of the adaptation communication, but the NAPs remain important for us, including the long-term strategy. So I think the GST provides this opportunity for us to move forward on this. Agree with many in terms of the role of IPCC and what science can support us. Briefly, in terms of the way forward and the follow-up work, I think there is much that we can do within the mandate of the GST by addressing the urgency and how parties can respond to the outcome of the GST while submitting the next round of NDC that are aligned with 1.5 degree, but also including the how the GST outcome can be respected while making financial pledges. And in many of the process that we have in hand, the doubling of adaptation may still not be enough. So how can we move ahead from that? Also the replenishment of the future replenishment of the GCF. So I think that's very important to be acknowledged here. For the CMA, we subscribe with many of the ideas to have an agenda item from the next SBs to have a follow-up work on it, to also reflect on what parties have done, and then how the progress can be captured. It's not that we do GST and we finish. In terms of the follow-up with the other stakeholders, I think in a party-driven way, we continue to do a lot, bringing on board the important work that other stakeholders have done. There was I think the process is started in Sharm el-Sheikh in terms of compiling the work and how the follow-up can be done. I think the global champion has been doing many things on this. So I think this is also an opportunity. So overall, just to conclude, this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to signal to the world, signal to the broader stakeholders in terms of the achievement. So what we have in terms of the bullet in the guidance and the way forward are very important, and I think that's how, like, many good ideas has been captured here. Thank you.
Thank you, Nepal. And Nepal was the last speaker for our first timers. We have got 3 requests for this floor for the second time. So it's Canada, Brazil, and China. Canada, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to come back in. I just wanted to provide some additional comments on Section E, guidance and way forward. But first of all, I would just like, again, to reiterate that, like others, we, in general, agree with the bullets that you've provided, both for Sections D and E. So hearing the various more specific proposals that have been put forward for Section E, we foresee considerable overlap between this section and other sections of the decision. In our view, guidance that is specific to, for example, the different thematic areas is much better to be addressed within those thematic areas, for example, adaptation and mitigation. So guidance relating to those issues should be placed there. From our perspective, the most practical and useful way to use Section E is that any and all guidance here should really be specific to the GST itself, the conduct of GST 1, and also providing sort of a path forward for GST 2. For example, like we said yesterday, this can include a process and or submissions for reflecting on lessons learned from GST1 with a view to informing GST2. But we would also agree with providing, I think, more general and appropriate signals, for example, to the IPCC, and in that regard would agree very much with, I think, the framing that Australia had put forward. So with a view to reducing duplication and then putting a sort of appropriate guidance, I think, where we think it should actually be placed within the text, like the United States, and I think others have said, in our view, the most appropriate place to put guidance for informing NDCs is actually within the mitigation section itself. And so we do not think that that should be placed within Section E. Thanks.
Thank you, Canada. Brazil?
Thank you, Chair. Like Canada, yesterday we referred to Session D, and we would like to refer now to Session E, but also reiterating that we agree with many points raised by the G77, ABU, South Africa, China, India. I like LDCs, AOSIS, and just Nepal right now. But in terms of additional points that haven't been raised for the way forward, because this is actually how we are going to achieve this critical decade. So I'm going to be presenting 6 points that we think are very important in providing the systemic kind of package for the way forward that could lead us to the 1.5. First, the reform of the MDBs. Second, the immediate launch of sustainable development stimulus packages from developed countries to developing countries, and this, I believe, with reference to many ideas that have been raised throughout the year on the need of a green Marshall Plan. Third, and this would somehow reflect the balance between the need to ensure that the NDCs are nationally determined, but on the other hand, that parties do initiate their processes nationally determined for preparing their second NDCs. And we believe that it's very important for us here, chairs, that we strengthen the NDC cycle. The NDCs provide countries with the strategic vision on what sustainability, sustainable development, low carbon, and climate resilient future needs to be. So we cannot have NDCs every year. The Paris Agreement is a very sound policymaking instrument in which you have one NDC cycle, then you have one GST, and then you have the next NDC cycle. This cycle needs to be strengthened because that is what is sound in terms of policy making. So to that regard, we think it's very much important here for us to replicate the very successful formula that we did at COP19 in 2013 before we initiated the Paris Agreement itself, when during the discussions under the Durban platform, we did invite all parties to initiate or intensify preparations for their next NDCs. In 2013, we said INDCs, now NDCs. Third, as a follow-up, we need to have some reference on the launch of a mission-oriented roadmap from COP28 to COP30 towards keeping the 1.5 alive. And this would entail 2 main dimensions. The first dimension is that developed countries must be much more ambitious in their NDCs to reflect not only their historical responsibilities, but also to compensate for their shortcomings in taking the lead during the period of pre-2020. So this is one. What developed countries have on the table in aggregate are not aligned with the 1.5 if we consider the shortcomings pre-2020 and historical responsibilities. So this is climate justice. Second, on this mission-oriented roadmap would be the focus on actual deployment of finance, technology, and capacity building to developing countries. We also need a message here, Chairs, that this NDC cycle, with a view to COP30, will determine humanity's success in this critical decade in accordance to equity and science. This message is very important. And then recalling an idea from our colleague from Trinidad and Tobago on how important it is for us to be visionary and inspiring here, and giving a message of brevity but hope at the same time. And finally, in terms of the other stakeholders, it is very much important that we mobilize the humanity in its entirety. But at the same time, the urgency and gravity of the situation that we have here, and the scale of action, the scale of the mission that we have before us, the scale of the challenge, does require governments to act. Governments need to be at the very forefront. We cannot leave this task for the private sector. The private sector will be following the government's leadership, but the governments need to act. And then if we do take into consideration the current context in which governments did have to act in every single emergency situation that we had, we are fine with the follow-up by other stakeholders, but only if we have the centrality of governments and developed countries in particular in their leadership role very much clear here. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. China?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for taking the floor for the second time. I'll be very brief just to give a quick response to the discussions just happened. I heard some parties suggest a short-term process to review or guide NDCs or do the intersessional GST follow-up process. But our position is that there should not be such process, because first, the legal mandate of global stocktake from Paris Agreement is crystal clear, is that GST is to inform parties to whatever enhancing, updating, action support, and international cooperation in a nationally determined manner. So we believe the legal mandate is very clear. And the second is that, please allow me to share one of my personal observation of this process, is that I sense that there is a tendency in this process that without fully implement or deliver the existing mechanisms, we're pushing for the new ones all the time, as if that would be the solution to this process to help us achieving the Paris Agreement. However, the real solutions really lies in full implementation and delivery of the existing mechanisms and whatever we committed under Paris Agreement. So we believe, in particular now, it's 2023, only 3 years after Paris Agreement embarked on its journey. So we believe it's not appropriate and legally and has the sufficient legal standing to start any new processes. And allow me to stress again that the ambition of action must be accompanied by enhanced means of implementation and enhanced international cooperation. That's how the progress of achieving the purpose and long-term goals of the Paris Agreement really progressed and achieved in the real world. So any process in action must be accompanied by independent counterpart processes to review the means of implementation support, and to the independent counterpart process to review the international cooperation. So thank you.
Thank you, China. We have two more requests for the floor, South Africa and then Turkey. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. Just to agree with the previous speakers, especially what China and Brazil have just said, that I think we need to respect the agreed NDC processes and cycles, and to make them credible, you need that time to properly consult stakeholders and prepare credible plans which are linked to what you're able to do and the resources, and then above all implement them. So the focus should be on implementation and not inventing new processes and targets, which are inevitably are only about mitigation, it seems, all the time. So focus on the implementation and what has been agreed. So we also don't support new agenda items or follow-up mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to take the floor last minute, but our intervention will be succinct. We want to begin our reflection on enhancing international cooperation and climate action. Regarding only the first bullet, listing initiatives and partnerships, we would like to understand what actions we will be suggesting after listing them. Should we suggest joining them, or just like simply express our support that they're saying they're doing good? Because listing them means it's some sort of support, and we need clarity because some of these initiatives and partnerships may not be supported or not even considered by some parties. On guidance and the way forward, we think the process should be straightforward, and we support that there is no necessary to create new mechanisms for following up or monitoring, since the existing ETF already offers adequate oversight. However, we think it's crucial for the GST to provide guidance to countries on how to enhance their NDCs following the principles of Paris Agreement and its mandates, as we believe the main purpose of the GST is that. I thank you.
Thank you, Turkey. Australia.
Thanks, Chair. And sorry to come in again. I hope not to have too much more to say. I just wanted to come in on this issue of follow-up. And I think it's important because it goes to our shared understanding of how the Paris Agreement actually works and how it is we're going to achieve the goals we've set for ourselves. Because fundamentally, Paris is about scrutiny. Our contributions are nationally determined. I don't think anyone contends otherwise, right? But we have obligations in that space. We're obligated to make them successively more ambitious, and we're obligated, of course, to make sure that they reflect our highest possible ambition. And that goes to our capabilities. What is possible within our economies? And part of that is about scrutiny. And the reason for that's really clear. You all, everyone in this room, you all need to make sure that my NDC is ambitious enough. You need an opportunity to reflect on that. You need an opportunity to build pressure on that. And we all need the same opportunities for each other as well. People often describe the Paris Agreement as a peer pressure process. And I think that's a very accurate description. So it's concerning to hear some parties rejecting quite vehemently any vectors or any avenues that might contribute to that process of scrutiny. In Australia, we're not afraid of scrutiny, we welcome it. That seems to be contrary, in my view, to the spirit of the Paris Agreement and how it operates. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Australia. Colombia, and I'm afraid we'll have to close the list. We are running late now. Colombia, go ahead. Oh, Saudi Arabia as well. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And I also, sorry for coming back, but I think it's also a matter of importance that we also share our view on what exactly is the meaning of a follow-up. It's actually the voluntary basis that actually should bring us to understand the substantial work that has been already put in all this phase of the GST. We already went through a 2-year process of technical assessments and findings. And that is the way we want to probably contribute, that countries again come back and actually can take on that and all the substantive work that we have already been placed for these last 2 years. So on that sense, trying to find a follow-up is just making sure that the Paris Agreement can keep also strong and fit for purpose on the cycles, on the NDCs. And the GST should complement that effort. So for us, it's also very important that we strengthen the NDC cycle in the best possible way forward. And also, I would like to add that in terms of how we see guidance, or the importance of the guidance on NDCs, is because it should reflect on all of the sections that have been placed in the Paris Agreement. It's not only about mitigation, it's of course about implementation and support. So that's why we do think that it's crucial that we keep guidance for NDCs as a way that we look ahead on all of the package that we want to probably set forward as a package, as a way that we're actually realizing the whole items that are placed and that we can strengthen through our NDC in a voluntary basis, and reflecting, of course, in our national contributions. So I will leave it there, but I do feel that for ILAC Group, the matter of importance of how we see this process moving forward and bringing credibility, it's on this specific section. If not, we won't see any type of success from this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be exceptionally brief. Just perhaps on the overall essence of this section and what we're trying to achieve here, I don't think we need opportunities to reflect on countries' NDCs as they're being designed. This is not only outside the scope of the GST, it's outside of the scope of the agreement, the convention. There is no space in the agreement where it says, as countries are deciding what is nationally appropriate for them, other countries should come and scrutinize their nationally determined choices. I think this would be a great waste of time for us to be even discussing at this point. Additionally, I don't think the purpose of the multilateral system is to scrutinize countries before they've shown any reason to be scrutinized. That is not the essence of multilateralism. That is not the essence of cooperation that we should be sending a signal on through the global stocktake, and we will not establish that precedent in this room. And the last point I will make is that I think scrutiny is warranted when obligations are unfulfilled, and that's what we've been highlighting consistently in the global stocktake over the last 2 years, and what we will be committed to seeing in the outcome of the global stocktake. But I don't think scrutiny is the essence of cooperation, nor the message of hope and unity that we will be sending in the global stocktake. And that's all I'm going to say about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. So we have one out of the speakers from parties, and we have 4 observers on our list. First is environmental NGOs.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm speaking on behalf of CAN International. So on international cooperation, we believe the GST should make an explicit call for an inclusive, rights-based approach to be advanced in all climate action, emphasizing the role of non-party stakeholders, especially indigenous peoples, local communities, civil society, women, youth, and children. We encourage parties to learn lessons from existing initiatives in multilateral platforms, enhancing collaboration with them, building on them, and where needed, creating new ones, in particular on finance, energy, and nature. On finance, this could include a focus on consumption and profit taxes, use of special drawing rights, and addressing debt. And on energy, it could include a focus on renewable energy and just transition from fossil fuels, and linking to initiatives such as the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance and the Powering Past Coal Alliance. We believe there's a need to drive better alignment and cooperation across multilateral environmental conventions, including recognizing key targets from the Global Biodiversity Framework and spurring action across the wider multilateral system, including calls for action on issues of debt, tax, and trade, so as to better serve the goals of the Paris Agreement. In terms of guidance and way forward, we agree that the GST outcomes should make explicit which and how UNFCCC processes can take into account GST outcomes and carry forward their implementation. And we believe there's a need for clear guidance in the GST outcome on how to develop NDCs in line with the needed level of ambition. This means on mitigation that they're economy-wide, covering all sectors and gases, revising 2030 and setting 2035 targets in line with collectively limiting warming from 1.5, and covering adaptation, loss and damage, and specifying support needs in line with the principle of highest possible ambition, fairness, equity, human rights, and gender equality, and delivering them well ahead of time at a UNSG special event. To support this, we do think the GST should invite the organisation of workshops next year to prepare these NDCs, and that can help stakeholder consultation to make them robust. And the GST outcome should also invite parties, international organisations and non-party stakeholders to host further dialogues to translate the GST outcomes and make them real at local, national and regional levels again, which can help support the development of NDCs informed by civil society, youth, women and Indigenous and local communities. To emphasise, we think there's a need for clear guidance on how to centre human rights and gender equality obligations within NDC development and preparation. And lastly, we do support calls for a lessons learned report ahead of the second global stocktake, informed by submissions from parties and non-parties alike. Thank you, and we look forward to working with everyone here to make a successful outcome in Dubai.
Thank you. Next, we have research and independent NGOs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, a member of the Ringo Group, but I speak on behalf of the institution, not for the entire Ringo constituency. The Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution is the world's largest independent organization with about 1,100 scientists and engineers. We work on a range of matters on oceans, and my intervention on international cooperation is largely about the role of oceans in climate solutions. After the Glasgow Summit, Mr. Chair, the first formal dialogue of the Ocean Climate Dialogue took place in Bonn in 2022, and I had the honor of moderating that particular discussion. And we had heard from the co-facilitator from Chile on the first day of the meeting here about the interventions received from the member countries, and I shared that view particularly because many of the countries that spoke in the first dialogue also had expressed a lot of issues with reference to how little they knew about including oceans in the climate solutions, whether it is in the NAPs or NDCs. So basically what I would like to do here is to talk about 3 points. One is the role of the oceans in climate solutions and how international cooperation can help countries in adequately incorporating them into their NDCs and NAPs. The main reason for that is it is our belief that without including oceans in the climate solution, something that has been repeatedly talked about in this meeting in particular, as well as in those 2 dialogues that I talked about, is that without engaging and utilizing the full potential of the oceans, our ability to keep the temperature increase to below 2 degrees Celsius is simply not going to be met in the time frame that we're interested in talking about. This issue is not just something that is addressed by the member countries, but by the research and scientific community across the board. Our first ocean pavilion that we launched in the Blue Zone last year was attended by scores of institutions and governments talking about how to find ways and means of incorporating this. The second point that I want to draw your attention to is, in this discussion, many countries have talked about the role that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change might play in helping countries, in providing clarity, in moving forward in a manner that is consistent, in establishing baselines, in increasing the ability of the countries to provide information that is verifiable across the board. And so there are pros and cons to addressing that, but we do not have the time to wait for a special report. Whether it is commissioned or not is a separate matter, but the SBSTA in its position, I hope, will be able to take the role in providing guidance to member countries. And the last point I would like to make, Mr. Chair, is that a very influential study by the US National Academy of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine talked about the role that oceans can play in climate solutions. And one of the key points that they made was that we need to be able to inform societal decisions on climate response mitigation we need a strong program of ocean-based CDR, carbon dioxide removal, including biotic and abiotic approaches. And this is something that has been taken up by not only the United States, but by a number of other countries, but it is not something that is shared across the board globally. And this is where I think, again, the ability of the Secretariat to help developing countries in incorporating these matters into their NDCs and NAPs is vital. So we need that broader international cooperation. It is not just some countries going out. And one of the points that has been made repeatedly in these UN ocean conferences is that we have one ocean, and it is not just a few countries' ability to move forward with that. So there are a lot of discussion here by a number of countries about the role finance can play, and one of the key things is that the role can be expanded to include ocean-based solutions and the ability of the Secretariat to help developing countries in this matter. I thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Irena.
Thank you very much, and I will be brief. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute. On the section D on enhancing international cooperation for climate action, perhaps having a section that identifies short-term focus for international cooperation, given the timelines that we have and different peaks that were mentioned, different priorities that need to be delivered in the shorter term. Might be useful tying it to different segments that we discussed during the last couple of days. So perhaps also making a link to explicit link to SDGs and for instance, the upcoming Summit of the Future, which will address some of the issues that were mentioned here, including the debt relief and the human security and other relevant issues. Perhaps it would be useful to cross-reference and link more explicitly to SDGs. On the guidance, I was also wondering whether we could maybe have I think the colleague from South Africa mentioned that all of us work on climate issues, but sometimes this is not very useful to the process that you have. So perhaps having a more explicit technical guidance to how we can, as an international organization with technical and other capabilities, can shape our work to be more targeted in supporting this process. That could be useful. And then on the way forward, also linking to Eos's point that the GST needs to be a process and not an event every 5 years. I was wondering whether we could also look at some of the existing annual cycles and tracking systems that we already have in place. On our part, we obviously track renewable energy and energy transition, but there is also consortiums of institutions, for instance, the tracking of SDG 7, when we are very concretely tracking other aspects like a flow of finance, that might also be useful for annual reflection on the implementation progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then we have WeMean Business Coalition.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to also start by thanking the parties for inviting us to take part in this workshop, and in particular the UAE for hosting us in this beautiful city and this wonderful venue. Our coalition works with the most influential businesses to take ambitious action on climate change and to accelerate an inclusive transition to a net zero economy. We think that this section of the global stocktake outcome is critical to its successful implementation, which is for us to inform the next round of NDCs on the Paris Agreement with a view to raising ambition and bringing them in line with 1.5. And through this, obviously, to urgently mobilize investment in the technologies that will bring us on track to this goal. So for us, the role of cooperation is actually critical in terms of the achievement of the 1.5 goal. We think that this can only be achieved through a common vision to accelerate climate action implementation and the cooperation, not only between governments, as was correctly said, absolutely critical, but we also think that deep collaboration is needed between governments and non-party stakeholders. Obviously, from our side, the business community, investors, cities, finance institutions, and many others. And we think that this should be reflected in this section, but also across the different sections of the forward-looking sections of the GST decisions. We also think that non-party stakeholders haven't been invited to engage in the global stocktake process. We've done this significantly through the technical dialogue sessions, the world cafes, written submissions, etc. There's a lot of content there, and we kindly ask that this is recorded and the positive engagement taken forward into the implementation of the GST outcomes. When it comes to the bullets, fully support a lot of what has already been said, particular references to Article 6 and the mechanisms there to achieve the mitigation objectives. The references to initiatives and partnerships and also non-party stakeholders. We support these. We know that there are many, many initiatives out there, many of them voluntary initiatives, also by business and business groups. We can reference, obviously, here the climate action agenda, Race to Zero, Race to Resilience, but also some of the initiatives that are driving action in the private sector, including science-based targets and the SME Climate Hub. We know that further accountability and further credibility is needed, so we support also further scrutiny here. And in particular, we also invite parties to encourage non-party stakeholders to improve the transparency of climate action and risks, including through mechanisms such as disclosure, transition plans, and we can reference also here the recommendations by the UN high-level expert group on net zero. One further point I'd like to highlight on the role of international cooperation and the achievement of the Paris Agreement objectives. We've talked about systems transformation a lot also in the mitigation section, but also critical for adaptation. And we think that there is an important opportunity to reference international cooperation as it applies to system transformation, in particular, most urgently for the energy system. We think that there is an important connection here between international cooperation and the mitigation section of the global stocktake outcome. We call on governments to consider the next round of NDCs by consulting with investors, business to transform the global energy system towards a full phase out of unabated fossil fuels, tripling renewable energy capacity, doubling improvement of energy efficiency, but also from the finance sector, aligning finance flows with 1.5, including through addressing fossil fuel subsidies, carbon pricing, and the investment in clean technologies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have one more request for the floor now. It's New Zealand. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me come in. Like others, we're quite concerned about the shutdown of avenues to provide scrutiny and that peer pressure on us as parties to hold us collectively and individually to account for what we've said that we would do. Heard one point of view that there's no need to increase scrutiny or accountability unless that there is a failure to achieve or deliver on what we've said that we are doing. And that's what this global stocktake is showing us, that what we have our obligations, our responsibilities to deliver our highest possible ambition. We have our responsibilities to pursue efforts to limit the temperature rise towards 1.5 degrees, and we're off track. That is, we are not on track. That means we must course correct. That we know that our collective ambition isn't aligned with 1.5 degrees yet, let alone our implementation. So that's why we're saying here that we have to course correct. Now we have to strengthen our systems. We have to strengthen the mechanisms that we have in place so that we actually deliver on our goals. That means that we have to strengthen that collective response and strengthen our mechanisms for transparency, for accountability, for openness, and for scrutiny. And I'll finish there.
Thank you, New Zealand. So let me just announce the plan for the rest of the day. We will have a very short coffee break now, just for not more than 10 minutes. Then we will have a session on nature of outcomes, and that will be followed by a combined session on reflection of progress and next steps. In between, we have a lunch break. We will break around 12:15 or 12:20 because the hosts have organized a group photograph here, and then that will be followed by lunch at 12:30 to 1:30. So as I said, a very short coffee break. Please be back in 10 minutes, and we will start the session on the nature of outcomes. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, welcome back after a short coffee break for about 25 minutes. As announced already by Nabil, we are now moving into the nature of outcome session, and for that we have up to 20 to 25 minutes before we have to break for the photo as announced before. It is rather clear that near all submissions from parties cited a GST CMA decision as an output, either explicitly or implicitly, referred it as negotiated text and providing guidance to parties. As such, we, both chairs, believe there is no need to further discuss the CMA decision as such as a GST outcome. On the other hand, we also noticed that there were diverging views already in the submissions in April and also in the latest submissions by parties on the two other potential outputs that are a political declaration and or a technical annex. Could we move the screen? There will be no presentation on this topic because there's just two questions that are related to political declaration, where there were several views on its relationship with high-level event. And for the technical annex, there were views on the comprehensiveness of the annex and the available capacity to deliver the same. Saying that, we would now like to invite parties to provide their views on these two outputs. To repeat, a potential political declaration and a potential technical annex. So concentrate on those two or one of those to present your view to your colleagues and parties. Thank you. The floor is now open. Kuba, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. It's more of a clarification in nature. I see that for today's program we had reflecting on the progress made during the workshop, then the nature of the GST outcome that it seems is the item that you're addressing now, and then next steps. So I would like to get clarification for you on how you intend to go through the whole of today's program, taking into account the time constraint that we have before I jump into your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuba. At the end of last session, that's exactly what I announced, that we have just come to the nature of outcomes first, and then followed the next session will be on reflecting progress and next steps. So we just inverted because of the time constraints, but otherwise we will be discussing both issues, of course. Thank you.
Please continue.
So on the question of the nature of outcome out of the GST, I think we undoubtedly hope that we can have a very robust COP decision on the GST, encompassing in a very comprehensive way all what is followed under the GST. And we say a decision because that is the main procedure that we have for implementation and compliance with our commitments under the convention and the Paris Agreement as well. So to be brief, we are expecting a robust and comprehensive COP decision on all of the elements that goes into the GST. Thank you very much.
Any other party that wants to comment on political declaration and technical annex? Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just be brief. So during the first GST workshop, we stated our position on sort of the matter of the nature of the outcomes and had provided some views on the political declaration versus CMA decision, and our views have really not changed all that much since then. I think just at the outset, we want to say that really we support any and all types of written outcomes that would support an ambitious outcome at COP, and in that regard really do look to the UAE presidency for leadership on that matter. For us, the most important deliverable under the GST is the CMA decision, and we plan to dedicate the most amount of resources and attention to that. When it comes to a political declaration that would be in addition to that, again, we would support that in theory and again, see the UAE as critical in that regard. But the point that we want to make is that we would want to ensure that any additional documents, including a political declaration, for example, would not detract away from or draw undue attention away from the joint contact group negotiations. We have very limited time on the ground, and we just have to think practically about this. And ultimately, we think that a robust CMA decision is the most important and the best way to send a signal to the world that we care about this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Trinidad and Tobago, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in relation to this question about the outputs from this process, and first of all, we know that AUSIS has been a strong proponent of us having this discussion, so we're very glad that we've been offered this space. As I said in my opening remarks for this workshop, we believe that if we understand and have clarity on the structure of the outputs that we're working with, it will facilitate our work in terms of the substantive discussions. And having gone through the last 3 days or couple of days, you know, the extensive exercise that we undertook looking at the different sections of the decision text, we're more convinced than ever at this point that we need to consider more than one outcome. We support those who have said, including the G77 chair, that we need to have a robust CMA decision. We think that we have, hopefully, we will have the opportunity to be able to craft something that gets down into the nitty-gritty of what we need in order to be able to course correct, that is able to offer operational guidance and what has to happen, what are the key elements that we need to support international cooperation, the key elements that we need to close the gaps that we've identified across the thematic areas, and we also need to be able to point out or call for further work to be done in areas where we see that there are just, you know, critical pieces missing in terms of how we've organized ourselves for the implementation of the Paris Agreement. But we also think that we will need something more than that. And from our perspective, you know, a part of what is potentially causing divergence within the substantive discussion is a lack of a common view on what some of the sections that we've indicatively agreed for the CMA decision are supposed to do. So, for example, the high potential overlap between what we have in the context and cross-cutting issues section and the international cooperation section, for example, where in both areas we heard parties speak very clearly to ideas around how do we situate the Paris Agreement implementation in the context of broader multilateralism? How do we situate it in the context of, the overarching aim and drive towards sustainable development and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2030? What are the key parts of the rest of the international system that need to be aligned in order for us to be able to properly deliver under the Paris Agreement? And we're just not of the view that some of those things belong in the context of a decision text. And the more we try to focus on bringing that together in the context of a decision, the less likely it will be that we will be able to have the type of robust outcome that we want from the CMA text. In addition to that, although we see value in the decision text also setting out our highest hopes and political aspirations and almost visionary statements in the context of this GST outcome, we think we also need to grapple with the fact that there is the GST as a process, and we have to have an outcome from the process itself, and then there is the response to what that outcome says. And right now, the way we are working, we are trying to conclude the process and respond to the process in one document, and it is causing a bit of confusion, and we think that that confusion will proceed. So taking into account, and we've heard the concerns of colleagues around the shortness of time and questioning around mandates and who will draft what and not wanting to distract from the joint contact group process, which are all valid. We do see a clear role, though, for the incoming presidency, with the support of the high-level committee, in guiding us toward a process that makes sense, and in doing so, to facilitate what we have to do in the context of the decision text document. We don't think that it's a question of CMA decision or political declaration, and I would want to underline 3 times in red that it is not an either or for us, it is both. And we are also considering the fact that this is the first GST, and we do not want to set a precedent here in terms of a focus on the CMA decision, when clearly in 19 CMA 1, the outcomes or the nature of the outcomes was left open. It was not closed. So we would also want to underscore that we're not in this process closing it down to just a CMA decision. One other aspect of this that we would want to put on the floor here is this question of, are we working with a GST CMA decision, or are we working with a cover decision? In our opinion, these two are qualitatively different, and we need also to have some clarity and understanding of how we are actually treating with this text, and we think that this will also help us in understanding how we treat with the various thematic areas, and there are quite divergent views, and there are also views of parties on this that change according to which section we're speaking about. So in some sense, we know that we have to have some type of placeholder for dealing with the outcomes from the other thematic areas, in some areas, but in other areas, we want to see actual substantive outcomes contained in the GST text. If we know whether we're dealing with a CMA decision or a cover decision, then I think that will offer us a bit of clarity in terms of the approach on this. Finally, on the technical annex, we are still of the view that we would love to see some designation for gathering the best practices that we've looked at in order to facilitate the implementation of the Paris Agreement. We think that this is very much a part of our mandate from 19 CMA 1, and we are not sure, having spent the last couple of these going through each of the sections, and now thinking about how we treat with cooperative approaches and initiatives, etc. We are still convinced that we need a technical annex. We're very open in terms of what it might look like, where it might sit, but this is a part of our mandate. So Perhaps it could emerge that when we get deeper into a discussion of actual text, are we going to be looking at listing initiatives in the body of the decision itself? I'm not sure that that's a reasonable or logical way to proceed. Are we going to ignore them and act like they don't exist? Are we going to have a hyperlink to something else? It is precisely because we have a mandate to look at best practices that AUSIS has proposed a technical annex as part of the output from this process. And we would love to hear from colleagues about their ideas about how we deal with this best practices, how we deal with these, where do they sit, what do we say about them, are we going to try to negotiate them in the context of the body of a decision text? We would love to hear a response on that. So I guess just to sum up finally, from our perspective, we are still looking for 3 levels of outputs, I guess, in the context of a political declaration, a robust CMA decision, and somewhere to capture our technical work that would complement or go along with or be aligned with all of the discussions that we would have had during the technical assessment phase. Thanks.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Algeria.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. So I would like to refer to our intervention made during the April workshop. So making clear our view on these specific aspects, that we need to have a decision that deal with the substantive issues. I think we have done a lot of work in this regard during these 3 days workshop, and we would like to focus on having a robust decision and deal with substantial matters coming to the implementation of the Paris Agreement in a manner to reach its objectives. So regarding the declaration and the technical annex, we do not see at this stage the necessity to have them. So we do understand the point of view expressed by our colleagues from several regions and groups. But at this stage, so we need to focus on the decision to be adopted at the end of the next COP. I think it's clear for the Arab group, we have to adopt a substantive decision dealing with the issues related to the implementation of the Paris Agreement in a manner to enhance it and to achieve its objectives and purposes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Algeria. Next is Senegal. Senegal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I also I'm speaking on behalf of LDC's group. We believe that the outcome of a GST should primarily be a CMA decision with a technical annex. The CMA decision can be supplemented further by a political declaration and a cover CMA decision. Regarding the CMA decision, we think that it must provide a comprehensive summary of the technical discussion and actionable solution across the thematic area. I think we all agree that we need a robust CMA decision on the GST. Regarding the technical annex, we think we require that, and I use this opportunity to thank the 2 co-facilitators who have guided us along the process for the first GST and for also the quality of the synthesis report. We think that is also using the technical annex will allow us to take on board Q element raised by this synthesis report, And it's also have to take on board the gaps, the lesson learned, and good practice, including a possible measure to enhance action and support. We do think there is a need to have a political declaration. I think a political declaration is required to show how all together we want to move collectively in a progressive willing, and we're looking really this political declaration to have some aspirational target. It will give a clear signal to stakeholders, including business communities, non-state actors, to contribute to raise ambitious climate action. As I say, it's a collective progress we're looking for. We need to be all together really to reach this objective we have assigned in order to be in line with the 1.5 degrees Celsius. We think also the political declaration is an opportunities to highlight the role of youth, of children, and the youth communities, and wider stakeholders. I think also it's an opportunity to talk about gender role in also combating climate change. We think there is a need to have also in the CMA cover decision some acknowledgement of the main GST CMA decision. And also it have to cover, because the cover decision, as we have saw in the past, President, it take all decision, but we do have doing a COP, and we do think that the cover decision will take what we have, maybe the main GST CMA decision element, but also have to take on board other decision to be taken on Dubai and establish linkage with the Dubai outcome. So thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. As announced, we should have the picture around this time. And given the list of countries, it will not be possible to finalize that in 1 minute, because I have Abu, Japan, Saudi Arabia, Ghana, EU, Australia, Switzerland, and Colombia already on the list. So I suggest that we now make a break, go together to the picture area. I assume the COP presidency can announce soon where it will be. It is here? Okay, and after that we will have the lunch break until 1:30. Incoming presidency, you want to say something?
Yes, sorry, the photo will be in the foyer due to lack of space in the front, so we will all make our way to the foyer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you had a good lunch. Nabil and I had another meeting, and we are now back to continue on the nature of output, of outcome. We already started the discussion, and I continue with the list I have, but the list is still open, of course. And the first one on my list for this afternoon is Abu. Abu, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will try to be brief, considering the time constraints. Abu noted a very strong point of convergence coming from the previous speakers. I think there is a consensus that we need to achieve a robust CMA decision. Depending on how robust the CMA decision is coming, we think that maybe there is no need for a political declaration, and I would like to echo the words provided by Trinidad and Tobago on behalf of AOSIS. We agreed that if the decision reflects highest hopes of political aspiration, maybe we could avoid the discussions on having a political declaration, because the decision will speak for itself on these terms. Regarding the technical annex, we think that there is no time to negotiate a technical annex. We have a lot of materials coming from the technical dialogues, especially the synthesis report under the responsibility of their co-facilitators. So we need to find a way to, of course, consider the outcomes in technical terms coming from the summary report. We don't have a very concrete suggestion on how to do so, but the important here regarding the technical annex, that there is no time to negotiate it. But again, like other parties, we would try to concentrate our work on having a robust decision, and depending on the results, we can consider the discussions on the declaration and the technical annex. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Abu. I now give the floor to Japan. I was too quick.
Thank you, Chair. Japan agrees that parties should focus on developing a robust CM decision based on the mandate, and that robust CM decision itself has a role to send a strong message to the world from the parties without declaration. If we were to include a declaration in the outcomes, negotiation of the document will be unavoidable. We have to consider how we could manage the time, since our time at COP is very limited. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I now give the floor to Saudi Arabia. Is the microphone not working? We still cannot hear you. Potentially there is a disconnection over there with the microphones. One of the technical people already showing up. For the sake of time, could you agree that I take the next speaker, and if they have solved it, I come back to you? Is that acceptable?
Hello, I can use this handout.
Please go on with that additional microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. Saudi Arabia is speaking on behalf of the LMDC. We would first like to support the intervention made by the chair of the G77 and China. We do believe that our position has remained the same in terms of the expected outputs to the GST process, being that the decision is the core and most important outcome to the global stocktake, which we should spend most of, if not all of our time on delivering a robust decision text. We do believe that the decision text is supposed to encompass the collective progress as well as the gaps in terms of the backward-looking areas. And in terms of the forward-looking messages, it's supposed to highlight challenges and barriers to future implementation and action, as well as political messages on opportunities. In terms of additional outputs, we are still of the view that we do not support having a technical annex. We think we're already extremely tight in terms of time, and as you managed to see in the last 3 days, there are still a lot of areas of divergences, and in order to think of an additional document where we would need to discuss extensively and at length how to make that comprehensive and what that would include, we think that is beyond what we are capable of doing at the moment. So we would not support having a technical annex as such. Additionally, we've referenced in the past that we don't see the value add of a declaration, given that everything that we would like to have, both in terms of progress and in terms of messages, would need to be in a decision text. So again, we're not supportive of having a declaration. Perhaps a last point of clarification, and this is more in terms of the high-level events and requested additional clarity from the high-level committee and the presidency. We know that time is going to be very tight at the COP when we arrive, and that the high-level events will be convened in the first 2 days. We also know that there could be recommendations arising from the high-level events, which will then be considered by the Joint Contact Group in our drafting of political messages and completing the decision text. So maybe just in light of that, it would be useful if we can get additional clarity from the high-level committee in terms of the expected timeline and additional detail on how we're expected to receive such information to avoid confusion on who's drafting what. So that is all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Before I give the floor to Ghana, I can inform all of you that at the end of this meeting, the whole high-level committee will be here and give you an update. So with that, I hope that you all then are well informed, but that is at the end of the meeting by the high-level committee and no longer as SB chairs. And now move over to Ghana. Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and we're looking forward to that update. Speaking on behalf of the African Group, we support Cuba's statement on the need for a very robust CMA decision. This will obviously be the main outcome from the GST. I think what's important is to have consistency with, there ought to be consistency with whatever additional outcomes that would come out on the GST with this particular CMA decision. The political declaration, we discussed this in April, and I think even our submissions from February also, we addressed this issue. We've pointed out a few areas over the past few days where we think political signals need to be sent, not just to those, the practitioners, to those involved in the process, but for us, for the non-state access and those outside the process. We've mentioned the response measures, give a few other examples in tech transfer, finance, reforms, and also this morning on the need to provide guidance to initiatives to reflect the principles of the Convention and the Paris Agreement. So we should acknowledge that there's a danger that might be lost in the CMA decision, and there's a need to package them in a manner that will allow for good absorption by those who are outside the process. I think the COP presidency always has some leeway in how, what's form of outcomes that they might want coming out from the COP that they're hosting, and so this is why we're looking forward to hearing their ideas for the global stocktake. But what's important is that the content is party-driven and is also consistent with, like I said, the contents of the CMA decision. On the technical
annex, the original intent, as we understand it, was not to lose the rich examples and experiences, lesson learned, best practices that were shared during the technical assessment. And those we can use to inform our internal deliberations when we're updating our NDCs and engaging in implementation. So we thought the idea of a compilation was something that was worthwhile. I know they've developed a searchable interface engine. I think it's operational, and that for us, we don't have anything at all. That for us will suffice. We're concerned about the time to negotiate a technical annex. I mean, we've still got quite a lot of work to do on the CMA decision. So I hope we will focus on the CMA decision and try and get a good and robust one coming out of it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ghana. I now give the floor to the European Union. EU, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So also for us, a strong and comprehensive CMA decision is essential. But in addition, we think that declarations showcasing more ambition in the thematic areas of the GST would add value as part of the GST outputs. Such declaration could capture meaningful initiatives, including those by non-party stakeholders, and they could strengthen climate action and complement the intergovernmental negotiated outcome. In addition, we are interested in the idea of a political or a leaders' declaration on the GST, as it might add political momentum to the GST and also bring positive spirit to the joint contact group when we meet next time at CMA 5. And then we support a catalogue of best opportunities for enhanced action and related support, collating the information gathered in the technical dialogue on good practices and creative solutions to provide a solid basis for decision-making and further actionable information for implementation and also for potential exchanges in the time after the GST. Therefore, we would like to see a reference to the technical dialogue's synthesis report in the CMA decision. This, in our view, could represent the non-negotiated technical annex. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. I now give the floor to Australia.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Just a quick one from me. So for us, the CMA decision is probably the key product here. We definitely, like many others, see the need for a robust decision. That's the job of these people in this room, obviously negotiated by us according to the usual process. We do see that it could be useful for that product to be supported by a political declaration of some kind. We're open to this idea. We see that as a product that could potentially be led more by the presidency. Potentially that could be something more at a leader's level or a ministerial level, but the purpose of a document like that would be to draft something at a more high level that communicated effectively the key messages to the world, not necessarily, the kind of people that would normally read CMA decision text. We see that that would be a really useful way to help inject a sense of hope into this process, that we are united in our multilateral process around the need to course correct and to recognise that we're not on track to achieving those goals, but signalling our strong and passionate intent to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. Next on my list is Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I speak on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group. As you've pointed out, the EIG also sees a CMA negotiated decision as the key GST outcome. We suggest focusing our energy and political focus on the negotiated CMA decision, as the one that will benefit from consensus of all parties and therefore on which we can the most appropriately follow up. With regards to a political declaration and observing that the presidency does have some leeway, we believe that it's important that it doesn't drain resources or focus away from the CMA negotiated decision and that it remains at a high level. We do see value in a high-level appeal for urgent climate action focused on a message of commitment to climate action, but we equally believe that such an overarching message of unity could be included in the negotiated decision, namely in the chapter on context and cross-cutting considerations. We also fully agree with the necessity to think of pathways from COP28 to COP29 and beyond, and how we will continue working together once our GST negotiated decision is concluded, hopefully successfully. But we think this could also be anchored well in the way forward section. But we do welcome the idea of being guided as to what comes next, and we also welcome thinking about ways that we can really show our unity and commitment, and how we can deliver a message both of alarm but also of hope in our fight against climate change. Also to note, I don't think we've heard much about this, but we would strongly welcome presidency declarations that invite contributions from non-party stakeholders, for example, the private sector. We believe this COP could also play send an important signal there. The EIG welcomes the idea of a technical annex. That's something that we've said before, in particular if it can support implementers providing best practices and lessons learned. Likewise, the EIG finds value in highlighting existing initiatives, so we would invite you to look into possible options to do so, and we've heard a number of ideas today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. I now go to Colombia. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. For ILAC, and we think that, as other parties have mentioned, we support the importance of a CMA negotiated decision, and we understand the efforts that should be placed on that and focus, as we know it should be one of the main outcomes at COP. It should be probably good to highlight that we want a decision that is operational, that it's broadly in terms of scope and actionable. With regards to the declaration, we feel that there might be a purpose for the declaration. We support the idea of having to probably speak more clearly on the overarching political message. The CMA decision is going to be a very extensive, perhaps very technical document for many people outside this process, and we should reflect a very clear commitment on what exactly is the vision that this first GST is bringing to the process and a way forward. Again, we think that with that purpose of a declaration that has a clear political message that speaks probably outside to the public and maintains, of course, consistency with the CMA decision, it's a good resource that we could be able to, and we would be inclined to engage on that. Regarding the technical annex, we do probably will have to understand much better the value we can see under the process, but we do think that it could be an annex that can bring, of course, many guidance, including how we are actually want to integrate findings, and of course probably being more clear on those initiatives that we are actually trying to identify and that could guide the process. We would value as well that this could be a very important contribution for non-state actors, and particularly those that want to understand and probably go back at home and be more working on the technical side. So that's what we probably suggest for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. I now give the floor to the United States of America.
Thank you very much, and I will keep this brief. We agree with the sentiments expressed by many others that really the most important thing that we have ahead of us is negotiating the decision for the GST. And in our view, we're kind of operating on the assumption that that decision will be one CMA 5. For us, it's really important that we avoid having any kind of non-negotiated documents creating a distraction from the very important work that we have ahead of us in getting the robust outcome that we have all talked about here. So in our view, kind of keeping our eye on the prize is the most important thing. Thank you.
Thank you, US. I now give the floor to China.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first join the voice of many of my colleagues who have highlighted that we should concentrate our full energy and time at COP28 on producing a robust CMA decision on GST. And that would be the GSD outcome at COP28. And that decision itself would be the place to highlight the highest political messages to the international community. And with respect to the declaration, in our Chinese culture, it's always about the formats should serve the substance. However, in substance, I see that how do you differentiate the substance and the messages of a highly politically decision and a highly politically message-filled declaration, and that would be really a difficult task and confusion in my mind. If we look back on the Paris Agreement, the Glasgow Pact, and the Sharm el-Sheikh implementation plan, we don't have declarations, but we succeeded communicating to the entire world of the highest possible messages to the international community. So, and also on procedures, I do share the concern that we have very limited resources, and time and energy at COP28 to focus on the core outcome of the GSD, that is the CMA decision. And with respect to the technical annex, we believe, first of all, the mandated outcome of GSD is explicitly stipulated in the decision, is that it is a decision and declaration. So technical annex is not a mandate, is not within the mandate. And the second thing is that no matter it's a technical annex to a decision or a declaration that would enjoy the same legal status of the main document, however, any document as the outcome of the GST should be party-driven negotiated based. So to be realistically and practically speaking, we wouldn't have that enough energy and time to negotiate on technical annex as well. So we would not support the idea to have a technical annex. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. China. I now move to New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of quick thoughts from us. We agree with much of what's been said already. I think in general terms, I agree with what China just said, and that form follows function with each of these products. And at times, the different terminology and the different purpose of these documents hasn't necessarily been clear to us. In terms of the technical annex idea, I think we've heard about this desire to have this information that's been collected over the TD process available and searchable for practitioners, and was quite drawn by the suggestion from the Africa Group and the EU about having the searchable archive there in perpetuity, and the synthesis report as well. On the declaration, this is the one where the purpose for us hasn't really been clear in the past as distinct from a CMA decision negotiated by all parties. Heard over this session that there's an idea that it could serve as a communications piece and elevate some of the key messages for digestibility. We're not necessarily opposed to that. We do think that we can potentially write a clear CMA decision, or hope that we can, and we do worry about drawing focus away from that core of what we're doing here, which is that CMA decision, and how we use that to inform parties moving forward. Like Saudi Arabia, I was going to make a comment about some clarity from the high-level committee and welcome your clarification and the point that we'll have some time with that hat on in the future. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, New Zealand. I still have two on my list, Grenada and Ecuador. Grenada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. Chairman, as I listen to the discussion here, I really think that we are running a risk, a credibility risk, because we're trying to solve a problem which concerns the majority of people around the world, whom this year, for example, has had extensive impacts of climate change to deal with. It has been significant in terms of the level of destruction that people have experienced, in terms of the level of heat that people have experienced, and so on. And therefore, as we go to COP, the question would be whether or not we are addressing the key problems that people want to be addressed. The output we're discussing right now, the CMA decision as the main output, I don't think it's something which anybody has any difficulty with. But the reality is that the CMA decision will be a very dense document. We already have 5 or 6 different areas. We'll be talking about elements forward-looking, backward-looking in each of these areas. And therefore, for the ordinary person to interpret this, to understand what we're doing about climate change, is a tall order. We need something that's a lot simpler, something that says basically that we recognize the problem, that we're doing something of the problem, about the problem, and giving some examples is what is going to be needed to give credibility to the outcome of COP28. And we see this as being something that has to have high-level endorsement and high-level impetus to be taken seriously. And therefore, that's why, in our view, such a document could only come from the leaders who will be meeting here anyhow for 2 or 3 days, and therefore coming out of their meeting, they need to give some kind of pronouncement that they recognize the climate change problem, they recognize that people are suffering, and they're prepared to do something about it. So the question of whether or not we do a political declaration, I don't think it's something that should be up for debate, because it's not something that's intended to in any way compete with the CMA decision. It's something that's intended to give impetus to what's going to be in the CMA decision, and to give context and to give political credibility and push behind what's going to be in the CMA decision. And in that respect, therefore, we think that it is important that such a document be drawn up. In terms of the process for doing that document, that could be done through the high-level committee at the level of the leaders, and then at the end of the day, it's been populated with some of the examples of the action points that come from the CMA decision. In terms of the technical annex, we're mandated to identify challenges, opportunities, examples of good practice. That's part of the mandate in our CMA 19, one CMA 19. And therefore, we need to have some space where we include that information in our output coming from COP28. And that information, therefore, we have to find a way to decide how best to bring it into the process. We have already documents that contain some of that information, so it's a question of either putting it together or finding a way to reference those documents. And we are open to looking at different options as to how that could be done. But we cannot do a GST output which does not include those technical information, because we'll be setting a bad precedent for GST2 and GST3. I think we all would agree that one of the things we probably need to do going forward is to come up with a more standardized format for what the technical annex could look like in GST2 going forward, given as part of the lessons learned in this GST1. But we certainly cannot conclude GST1 without including that technical information. So we need to find a way to work on the package that includes a political declaration that sends the key messages to the world, a robust CMA decision which all of us have agreed upon and have no difficulty with, and some way of referencing the technical information that we're mandated to reference, knowing that we probably will refine this third component in GST2 and going forward. But we cannot set the precedent of leaving it out in GST1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kunada. I now give the floor to Ecuador, followed by India. Ecuador, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We support the comments of LMDC and ABU. We agree on having a robust CMA decision as the GST outcome, reflecting both substantive issues and political aspiration. With regards to the technical annex, it seems that there would not be enough time to negotiate or review such a document. And we are hesitant on having a political declaration. We agree on the importance of highlighting the work that is being done on the outcome of the GST, but we think that this could be reflected in that CMA decision. We are concerned of the timing since there's still work to be done, and we may not have the CMA decision ready for until the last days of the COP, considering that there are still diverging views as of now. And that gives us also some thoughts on when would we discuss the element of such a political declaration. As an additional element, Chair, we think that a political declaration would need a level of authority, and in the case of some of our countries, that requires a different type of internal process for approval, which we see as an additional layer of complication. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Ecuador. And now the last speaker, India.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to align with the submissions made by Saudi Arabia on behalf of LMDC and China. On the substantive part, there is a need for broad ownership and inclusiveness of GST, given the fact that the first GST is one of the most consequential stock takes to be undertaken, and it needs to be broadly owned by all parties in terms of the impact it needs to create for effective enhanced climate action and support, informing ambition and further international cooperation. The key outcome is a decision. 19 CMA1 makes clear that the high-level political process will feed into a decision and is counted among its inputs. We should be careful that parties have adequate space to negotiate the outcome of the GST. It is essential that other processes that may not entirely be negotiated should not intervene in delivering the key outcome, namely the decision. On technical annex, we do not support the need for such an annex, as a document of this kind will be very difficult to negotiate, nor can this role be played by the synthesis report of the technical dialogue, on which we have had several reservations. We can have a compilation of technical inputs provided clearly on the responsibilities of those who made them for information for the future. There is no scope for a decision on more than 150,000 pages of inputs, as we have been informed. Hence, we feel that a clear decision based on the joint contact group negotiations with inputs from the high-level political process culminating in a decision of the CMA is the final outcome of the GST. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to the end of this session, and handing over again to the SBI chair for the next session.
Thank you, Harry. I think we are coming to the end of the workshop, and this session we are talking about reflecting progress and next steps. I think you would agree with me that we have collectively made progress in defining the elements of a GST outcome. During the course of the workshop and under each thematic area, parties have extensively expressed their views, which brings more light to the areas of convergence as well as the areas of divergence. We have heard the elements that parties wish to see under the headings of the GST decision draft indicative structure. We have also noted that there was no convergence on the titles around the section C3 of the draft indicative structure or on the remaining issues relating to means of implementation. There were also divergences on proposed elements under some thematic areas, terminologies used, and scope of the bullet points that were shown, as well as in the earlier parts, which included preamble. So at this point, what I would like to do is to invite you to give your reflections on three things. First is the progress made here at the workshop. Two, recommendations and proposals for possible intersessional work, of course informal, that could be undertaken from here on until COP28. And thirdly, political engagement prior to COP that could, you think, add value to further shaping the outcome. So the floor is now open for your views, and we just want to understand how you feel the process should go on from here in the next 46 days, I'm told. Cuba.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we are of the view, and we very much agree with you, and for that we're also very grateful to both co-chairs and also to the Secretariat and to the Emirates for having organized this workshop, which has allowed us to get clarity in our understandings, as well as the misunderstandings that we still have in the process, but certainly has been very useful in order to widen up that understanding, even if we recognize that still there are many points of non-convergence. So in that sense has been very helpful for every one of us, as well as for the different groupings. And one message is that we really have to speed up, because we believe that we all want to have a robust and meaningful outcome out of the GST, but still we are not there. There is much to be done, and we need to see how from now until the COP we can build a better shape that ultimately would eventually allow us to have an outcome. So having said that, so yes, the workshop has been extremely useful. We believe that there is too much work to be done intersectional. We're looking at the feasibility that from the pre-COP until the COP, you can organize some sort of a online consultations, online meetings along the main blocks of the process, because it's also important to bring other people who has not been there, people who have been focused, for example, on adaptation, people who have been focused on mitigation and means of implementation, because all of them would have to contribute to the whole build-up of the GST. So we feel there is still need to continue this conversation, and that we should not stop here. Of course, we know that we have the pre-COP, but the pre-COP will be very limited. And then after the pre-COP, there would be, a vacuum there, and we don't want to leave an opportunity for disengaging. Instead, we think we have to keep all engaged, and the way we conceive that engagement is under your guidance, and of course along the main bodies of the GST. We're hoping, of course, that you will come up with something from under your own responsibility, a sort of report on the outcome of this conversation during these 3 days. And even if that is under your own responsibility, we're very much under the expectation that report could signal the comprehensiveness of the discussion that we have had during these 3 days, but also in particular the areas of disagreement or divergence, and in your own view, what you need, what you feel that needs to be filled to close the gap. And we have pointed to many gaps in the process, particularly when it comes to means of implementation, when it comes to adaptation, and you have heard most of the members of the group expressing our dissatisfaction on those gaps. So we very much hope that also your report can look at those gaps in order to inform parties on the outcome of this process. Then what would be the next steps? I think there is a lot of work basically to be done. We were confident on your leadership. We're willing to be guided by you and to allow for the process to continue to be party-driven. I think it's quite an important, close to the closure of this workshop, to emphasize on something that we have said a number of times, but is again extremely important, which is the inclusivity of the process, the transparency of the process, and also to convey to you our confidence, our trust that we, even if we have enormous gaps today, we are confident that we can approach to something, and particularly that we need to have something right after, when we come to the COP. I mean, we cannot, it would be very difficult to face day one of the COP from scratch without knowing where we go from there. So we remain in your hands, and we're very much looking forward to whatever we can do between now and the COP through these mechanisms that I just referred to. But certainly, again, we feel that the workshop has been enlightening, even if it has provided more light in the areas of disagreement. But I think that is also important, that we know what the issues are. And we have gained that clarity. So thank you very much to you and to the Secretariat and also the host country for having arranged so beautifully the necessary means to conduct this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kuba, and thank you for posing this trust in us as well. And we would hope to build on that trust and try to move that process forward, because we fully agree that the time is really of the essence. And the workshop, I think for many of us, was enlightening as well as lightening. So it was good. Switzerland.
Thank you very much, and I speak on behalf of the Environmental Integrity Group. First, I want to start by thanking all colleagues for the constructive engagement in the past 2 days, but especially thank you, the two co-chairs, for leading us, and the UAE for the incredible hosting. We've really appreciated that you made us work on concrete text, and we're pleased to see us move forward towards Dubai as we start identifying elements of substance for the GST decision. We're very much aware that we only have a few weeks left, and that the eyes of the world are on us to really produce something that is meaningful. Like the G77 chair, we would welcome receiving a written output of this workshop, for example, a revised version of the bullets, and having a chance to react to them, for example, through virtual informal meetings, consultations. And likewise, like the G77 chair before me, we're confident in your leadership, and we likewise value the inclusivity of the process. So we would really invite you to convene us as you see fit, to provide us with time to engage with one another. We would encourage targeting those areas of divergence for upcoming ministerial consultations to start to identify potential landing grounds. Namely, we see the pre-COP as a key moment to get high-level engagement around the GST. And we really believe that we need to start engaging more with one another at the technical level, especially where there's convergence, to start elaborating our common ideas further in coming weeks. And especially we want to invite the presidency to really lead us in this process. Our message as the EIG is going to be help us to help you, and please reach out, make sure you understand our positions and interests, and don't be afraid to lead us as we work on producing an ambitious outcome for COP28. We prepared a bit of a more detailed intervention to highlight going through the various chapters where we found areas of convergence and especially divergence. I'm hoping that this is helpful to guide you on the way forward, but plea for your indulgence if it's a bit long, but hopefully we just wanted to reflect back on you, what we heard in the past 2 days, and where we think we could start engaging on substance, namely. We noted that we saw good progress in many areas of many of the substantial elements of our discussions, but we see a lot of work is still needed in building a high-level political narrative that can help us show that the UNFCCC process is really up to the task of fulfilling the Paris Agreement goals. Maybe looking at, so first, if I start with context and cross-cutting considerations, we found convergence around a need for a strong message on the urgency and the need for unity in our common fight against climate change. We think we still need to build a high-level recognition of the value of the Paris Agreement in galvanizing climate action, that the fact that we're not on track to reach our objectives, and that we'll really need everyone at the table to reach the Paris Agreement. Also good convergence around the centrality of best available science. We were concerned to see some attempts to maybe backtrack and rewrite the Paris Agreement relations to the convention. This includes treatment of differentiation. So that would be one area where we think engagement would be necessary at the political level. Another central area where further discussions are needed are the treatment of pre-2020 and reflections of historical emissions. I think that's not a surprise. It's been coming up again and again in our discussions. Here we just wanted to highlight, and again, EIG is a group of developed and developing countries, remain of the view that pre-2020 is outside of the scope of the GST. However, we welcome a reflection on the evolution of emissions as part of the GST outcome. That is rooted in science and evidence-based. We believe our technical discussions have shown that the reality is much more complex and that the world is much more complex than a bifurcated view, as sometimes we felt that the interventions might portray. We were concerned to see some interventions maybe that felt a little bit like finger-pointing as a way of getting out of obligations. And we really wanted to underline what others colleagues have said previously, that under the Paris Agreement, we all have to contribute to the highest possible ambition, reflecting CBDRC, but with a view to all bringing our highest possible ambition. And it's clear that we won't be able to avoid overshoot without the full engagement of all of us in this room. And it's really in the spirit that we as EIG intend to continue engaging in this process and also move it forward with our own climate actions. So we would encourage ministerial consultations and further exchange to work out a narrative that is conducive to us as a global community really rising up to the challenge and putting forward our best efforts to avoid overshoot. And similarly, EIG is strongly in favor of reflecting equity in the GST outcome and realize that we need more work to find a way to capture the different views and concepts in this room. So moving to Chapter C, we were pleased to see convergence on having concrete actionable recommendations throughout that we can track, and on having a general balance between the different chapters. On mitigation specifically, we found that there was interest in working together on how we can fulfill the mandate of informing NDCs. We also see a strong interest in sending high-level signals that speak to the systems transformations that are needed. We know that more discussions are needed to identify which will be those high-level recommendations and how they will work for all, and most importantly, help us increase our ambition and implementation domestically. And we need a common understanding of how recommendations will help galvanize investments worldwide. We also noted some of the interventions taking us back to the discussions on the scope of NDCs and noted that that's another area that will require further work. On adaptation, we're pleased to see a strong interest in raising the political profile of adaptation. We need more work to identify actionable recommendations, including more integration of scientific data and information for a stronger adaptation action, and how to treat questions related to support and finance. On chapter C3, finance, we're really looking forward to a chapter that can bring us forward on a lot of issues, including the review of the financial architecture, pointing to the business case of climate action, the cost of inaction, and also how to improve financial access for all developing countries towards areas that benefit all. We would welcome further ministerial consultations and heads of delegation engagement on how to solve our conceptual differences related to the title of this chapter. It's really a concern for us on one side if we start questioning the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement, but even more so if we're not able to shift from the millions to the trillions, making sure that all of our actions, all of our money really serve our objectives. So we would welcome further engagement at high level on this question of 2.1c and means of implementation of support. On loss and damage, we see good convergence around pointing to the alarming rising impacts across the world and the need for urgent action in response, including a call for support. We can also speak to how the UNFCCC process has evolved. A key point in that chapter, in our view, will be ensuring that the discussions taking place in the transitional committee inform our decision, and that agree that this is a question that is also applicable throughout all chapters. On response measures, we've heard a willingness to make sure that the GST decision speaks to the benefits of climate action while addressing challenges that are associated with a transition, and we're really looking forward to engaging in this chapter, looking at concrete recommendations on how to accompany the transition in a whole society approach. The international cooperation chapter, it's really an opportunity to start to engage together on what is a concept that we haven't worked with so much in the past, I believe, under the UNFCCC, and think about how we engage with each others and with non-state actors to mutually support each other. There was interest in building more visibility on the number of initiatives and partnerships, as well as building accountability into the system. We hear some divergence around the formats of cooperation under the international economic system and where exactly and how to reflect on international cooperation approaches throughout the outcome. Finally, on guidance and way forward, we still think that we need a high-level engagement to rally around the call that the GST does not end at COP28 and making sure that it serves its purpose of informing parties in updating and enhancing in a nationally determined manner their actions as supports, as well as enhancing international cooperation for climate action. We did get a sense that there was interest in adding more flesh to the bone on the way forward section. So speaking to what needs to happen after the conclusion of our GST, of thinking of what process, what spaces are necessary to accompany us in our NDC preparations, as well as work on how to follow up on the GST recommendations themselves and informing the next GST. Also thinking around the space and how to speak to the science and the scientific community. So I'll stop there. Apologies for the long intervention, but just wanted to read back to you how we felt the past 2 days went and really appreciate all colleagues for the constructive exchanges. So as mentioned, those are the areas of convergence, and we encourage ourselves to work together there at the technical level while engaging at the higher political levels on areas of divergence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Switzerland. This was indeed very useful. We next have EU.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the EU, I thank everyone for really positive and constructive exchanges during this workshop. Special thanks to the UAE co-presidency team for the great hospitality. I think that really helped us to have this positive spirit. And thanks to you, chairs, for guiding our discussions and helping us to progress in the right direction. I think we really need to keep this momentum that we have, and I strongly agree with the G77 chair and with EIG on the need to speed up. The COP is very close and the time is short. The political process on the GST is ongoing and the pre-COP is coming up. And in order to keep this momentum and to keep our discussions focused, I think looking forward, we look forward to the next iteration to guide our future discussions. Rather than just a descriptive report, I think that it's important to also have an elaboration of the bullets that we have been discussing in more detail, and also to reflect opinions, to reflect options in the in the iteration. Sorry for that. As others, we really count on your leadership in continuing this work. I also heard G77 and EIG on the informal consultations intersessionally, and we agreed to their points. And the next iteration that I just mentioned would be really helpful in that respect as well. So as I said, it's important to speed up and make a progress, and that's both on the political and on the technical level. In terms of the reflections and the assessment of where we see convergence, we heard EIG very well. Will not add much to that. Let me just highlight a few areas where we would see that further political reflection could be needed, and among other things, those include the framing of equity, the balancing of mitigation and adaptation in terms of their specificity, and the scope of dealing with finance. I will stop there, and thank you once again.
Thank you, EU. Japan.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank the Presidency UAE and the SB chairs and all the colleagues in this room for a very constructive workshop. As SB chairs remind us that the instruction for this workshop was to add the bullet points in the list without eliminating the elements, without reiterating every party's position that is written in their submission already. Therefore, Japan focused on our intervention very specific. From our perspective, a CM decision as an outcome of the GST should send concise and strong messages and recommendations. It has to capture very well the progress we made under the Paris Agreement and lead us to take immediate action towards 2030 and beyond. For that purpose, the synthesis report on the technical dialogue serves very well, and Japan is ready to contribute further discussion for the strong outcome of GST. In terms of the process, it's important for us to prepare before COP28 as much as possible in order to jump into the substantive discussion in the joint contact group at COP28. We had a discussion in this workshop with great SB Chair's leadership. We were able to deepen our discussion for identifying the possible elements in each section. For the next step, based on the outcomes of the workshop, we should start a drafting process. For that, Japan would propose for the Secretariat with the co-chairs of the Joint Contact Group and the Presidency to take a role. Also, it's very crucial for us to have a draft in our hand well before the start of COP28. Given the fact that the GST is overarching and covers various themes and discussions are ongoing in each agenda item, we have to emphasize that we need enough time to coordinate internally for our responses. In case of having virtual meeting before COP28, we should utilize our limited time to the maximum extent. It could be useful to identify the topics to put into the placeholders, especially those issues being discussed in other work streams. That will help our experts level discussion in the first week of COP to be more specific. And also, pre-COP and host meeting are scheduled between this workshop and COP28. As far as we understand, the schedule of those events is not yet distributed. We expect that ministerial or high-level discussion on GST would give us a high-level guidance for consideration on the outcomes in the joint contact group and help our drafting of the outcome of GST. Especially the structure of the outcome of GST needs a guidance. Finally, I'd like to extend our appreciation to all again for giving us a great opportunity to participate in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Canada?
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'll just provide some comments on the progress that we think has been made during this workshop and then speak a little bit about next steps. So first of all, thank you very much for convening us here and to the UAE for hosting and for all of their kind hospitality. I think like Brazil said, I believe yesterday, I think this has been one of the best opportunities so far to engage really on the substance of the GST since the technical dialogue, and really appreciate all of the engagement by all over the past 3 days. So I think, first of all, I think the biggest takeaway is that it's quite clear that we're all ready and willing to engage on the substance, and that is indeed a very positive outcome in and of itself. I think it's also quite clear that there's a lot of broad agreement in a few different areas in terms of our vision for the GST decision and its outcomes. It's quite clear that everyone agrees on the urgency and the need to reflect that in the outcomes of the GST. We all have visions for a GST decision that is action-oriented, and that speaks to the response that we will need to take and how we will course correct. And also for the need to send clear and strong messages about the need for solidarity. And you know, to utilize climate change and cooperation on climate change is a very positive signal, indeed, during difficult times globally. I will not speak to the specific sections of the text and really appreciate the very detailed report back given by Switzerland, but we'll also highlight that it's quite clear that within specific sections of the decision, there's also quite a lot of overlap and convergence in key areas. Now, I hesitate to speak too much to areas of divergence in the interest of not taking out too much of the kind of positive atmosphere of this room, but I do think it's important that we not shy away from the, I think, very long list, frankly, of areas of divergence. Some have already highlighted those, but I will again just note a few. There appear to be very different visions of how to treat equity in science throughout the text. The relationship between the global stocktake and the convention and its articles, how to treat 21C finance versus Article 9 finance, different treatments, I think, of differentiation as it is outlined in the Paris Agreement, the overall prevalence and placement of MOI-related text throughout the document, and then pre-2020 and its implications on the remaining carbon budget. So again, I think that the list of divergences is quite long, but very confident that we will be able to find areas of shared interest within those and find a way forward. So that brings me to next steps. So we fully hope and are really very much in your hands, Chair, about how you will capture and present the outcomes from this workshop here, and really await your signals on that. I think obviously that what we have learned here during this workshop will be very informative of the discussions that take place at pre-COP in a couple of weeks' time. And very much look forward to sort of hearing more details and sort of a vision for how the global stocktake discussions will go there. I think, like others have said, we would welcome an opportunity, chairs, for you to hold some form of informal consultations virtually, either once or twice in the convening days between perhaps pre-COP and the COP itself, and would really leave it up to you to decide exactly how to use that time. But we might want to start to perhaps focus in on more specific elements of what we've been talking here, sort of the biggest elephants in the room perhaps, and really start to have some more frank discussions around those might be a useful way to use that time. And lastly, I think this workshop has really revealed the importance of strong leadership. Chairs, you arrived with a series of bullets that we were not expecting, but was very much welcome, and you made quite clear that given direction, given leadership, on what we need to engage on, we're willing to do so, and are really, that was very helpful in terms of encouraging a very substantive discussion. And I think that really applies moving forward as we go towards COP, and we really hope and know for a fact that the UAE presidency will provide very strong leadership and direction for how to proceed. Nothing too specific or concrete there, but just given how broad the GST is, given this sometimes disparate visions for what the text will look like, just having a very clear direction for how we will discuss and what that process will look like is essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would also actually like to join my colleagues in saying how, first of all, Saudi Arabia speaking on behalf of the NMDC, join my colleagues in saying how useful the past 3 days were. I think we were really able to focus and have very interesting and in-depth discussions focusing on what we agree on, what we don't agree on, with the spirit of moving forward towards a very ambitious outcome at the COP. So we feel like this is a very good starting ground for the continuation of our work together. I will also follow our colleagues in giving a few overarching remarks on how we viewed the progress in the last 3 days. I will follow the leadership of our colleague from EIG and perhaps use your list to kind of as a guide of what are the elements we thought did have convergence. We do agree there was a convergence in terms of highlighting urgency, highlighting unity, the value of the Paris Agreement, and that everyone needs to be at the table. But we must also highlight that keeping with the provisions of the Paris Agreement in the context of the convention is also equally important for us. I'd like to also quote Lydie on this. She referenced that we should be seeking the highest possible ambition in the context of CBDRRC, and I think that context of CBDRRC is something we've highlighted throughout these 3 days. We don't think differentiation should be a point of contention as it is deeply enshrined in both the agreement and the convention. So hopefully this is something that is not requiring of political support, since it is not something we are negotiating in terms of a new agreement. It is something we already agree on. So in that regard, I think in terms of the mitigation section, I think we also need to highlight unity. We need to highlight urgency. From our perspective, we also agree with highlighting the Paris Agreement as an effective mechanism of catalyzing climate action, as a progressive mechanism, and highlighting the accomplishments and the progress that have taken place since its adoption in 2015 would be very useful. We would also think that this section should highlight the importance of collective mitigation, ambition, implementation in the context of CBDRRC, equity and historical responsibility of developed countries. This is something a few groups have also mentioned, and we think it should warrant relevant discussion and inclusion. We also highlighted the need for scaling up a wide variety of solutions as per the science and approaches to support emissions reduction, abatement, and removal. I think our colleague from EIG used the term systemic transformations. I'm not sure we all agree on that term, but I think we all agree on the essence of all the solutions needed by the science and how we can all adopt them in a nationally determined manner in order to achieve the Paris temperature goals. And we're also happy to include things relating to circularity and comprehensive approaches relating to the political momentum, innovation, and investments needed across these wide variety of solutions to support us in enhancing implementation. In terms of divergence, I would also tend to agree that specificity on NDCs is something that we disagree with as a group, and we don't see having a part. We see the collective progress and then the general political messages as the core component of how we need to structure all elements of the decision. I'm not going to go into all of the parts, but we'll also do a similar activity to help support you in next steps. In terms of perhaps the next steps and how we would organize our work up until the COP, I would like to note very clearly that workshops do not actually provide any legal basis for us to be able to mandate additional work, documents, intersessional work, reports, so on and so forth. There is no basis for us to be able to mandate or accept a formal document or formal sessions between now and the COP. I don't believe that this has ever happened before from a workshop. So I wanted to make that very clear that we can't mandate any formal outcomes nor mandate any intersessional work. And anything that is produced in this session or after this session under your capacity and responsibility as co-chairs would need to, of course, reflect all views, but would also not represent a formal outcome or a basis or prejudice further discussions down the line. We would also support that people can and really should talk much more significantly intersessionally, but that we don't have a formal basis to mandate intersessional work or, in fact, intersessional negotiation, which is something I also heard one of our colleagues mention. And this would set very strange precedents for future work, so we would not support any formal settings after this session up until the COP. However, we do see the pre-COP as a very important space to discuss things both at a technical level, but also at a high level and political level in terms of the divergences that do exist. So with that, we would like to again thank you as co-chairs, thank the Secretariat for the support, and thank the UAE for hosting this very, very productive workshop. And we look forward to further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia. Ghana.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you and the Secretariat for steering our work at this workshop. Firstly, we associate ourselves with a statement made by Cuba, particularly on the workshop report, which you might, probably likely will prepare. And I hope you've taken a good record of our discussions and the progress made and reflect what was discussed. On the progress made, this is obviously a first reading, and the bullet points that you provided for each section provided a broad outline, but I hope you would state that your instructions to us was to identify what was missing on the bullet points. Consequently, we didn't present all our proposals, and so our submissions remain the basis for our contributions to the negotiation text. Nonetheless, we still had a good exchange of views, and I don't know, maybe in your summing up comments, you might provide more clarity on the workshop report that you might write, and possibly how you deal with the bullet points and the notes of what was said. So on next steps, we clearly believe this should be party-owned and a party-run process. I think we need to do some work, even if informally, intersessionally, to put ourselves in as good a position as we can be, given the way we've struggled with the sort of congestion that we've had over the past month and a half, and hopefully see if we can advance our work a bit in time for the negotiations. Since this might be, and that's my last word, my last intervention, let me end with special thanks to the COP28 presidency for hosting us. Even though we've been here to work, we've been quite comfortable, and the evening excursions especially are very much appreciated. It would have been terrible to leave Abu Dhabi without sampling those great monuments that we've heard of, and that's made our time here quite eventful, and we thank them for that, and it's been a pleasure working with all colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana. Colombia.
Thank you, Chairs, and I would start by thanking, of course, the full contributions from all the parties to engage in very rich discussions throughout the workshop. We feel that the workshop had a clear purpose, and there was a lot of clarity. We really appreciate and welcome the format, and again, the exchanges that we had to manage on very short time to go throughout all the elements. And of course, particularly having that same complementarity as we visualized elements on the backward and forward-looking approach. We should be committed to engage as much as possible and reflect that sense of urgency as we finalize and we move on. How many days? 48? Jesus. We have been digesting the technical phase process, and we need to make sure that we have the same necessary space to discuss the political considerations towards COP. The technical phase provided us substantial and insights, findings across all thematic areas and components. We expect that we can still digest all of these documents, and we find what exactly this can be captured on the elements we want to achieve. We will welcome on having a report from the workshop and something that we could reflect on the elements that were discussed, and something that it could be valuable for the political ministerial engagement that is needed before pre-COP. We know, of course, the time constraints, but it is something that will be valuable for our ministers to start engaging before we actually arrive to COP. We would also like to mention that strong emphasis needs to be coming to engage on high-level consultations, perhaps taking into account the divergences that we've been hearing across the room, in order to also find what is the next step on those. That means for us, looking ahead on topics such as if there's going to be an outcome on energy transitions linkages, we would want to know about what exactly that means. Also, we find very interesting if we could probably get a bit more specific on sectorial approaches, sectorial messages, and what exactly that means. And particularly important that we engage on ministerial, political level, on the linkages that on current processes, such as the Global Goal of Adaptation and NCQG. We need to be specific on the nature and the scope on climate finance, and what can be achieved in a forward-looking perspective. Transparency elements is also something we will think needs higher focus, as well as specificity on what exactly we're going to talk on guidance for NDCs. We concur with the proposition for intersessional consultations to refine maybe much clarity on the components and setting out what we can capture on this last phase. However, we think that the most pressing right now is to make sure that we can set a clear tone on what is the last phase, if you could call it. We are somehow concerned to hear from some parties that raise points on limiting the GST potential and how a party-driven process should respond to the current climate crisis. The world is talking about phasing out fossil fuels, is talking about concessional climate finance, is talking about or is asking us for more accountability, transparency, and ambition. And the GST's opportunity for that should be something we need to be sure we can take it. We respectfully urge, call our parties and invite to build a strong outcome based on the trust and solidarity that this process is going to take into account on the years to come. I thank you, and I appreciate all the engagement throughout these days, also for the incoming presidency, which hosted us the best way as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Colombia. Russian Federation.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the chairs once again for organizing the GST workshop, the UAE and the presidency team for such a warm hosting and wonderful activities, and our colleagues for such a fruitful discussion. So far, we see that the discussion has revealed a lot of convergences, and it looks very promising. However, the divergences still remain, and we hope we will be successful to overcome them in Dubai. It was really helpful to see the whole picture so that we can continue further with more comprehensive understanding of the state of play. And we are looking forward to effectively engage in the further GST activities and discussions. We are in your hands, chairs, and we'll be waiting for your further guidance on how we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. USA?
Thank you very much, chairs. Let me start by expressing our sincere appreciation to you, the SB chairs, for your leadership, to the UAE for hosting us over the past several days, the Secretariat for their tireless efforts behind the scenes, and the co-facilitators of the technical dialogue for their synthesis that really provides the foundation for our work over the past several days. I think from our perspective, there really were several encouraging signs over the past several days. I think the first is really the strong leadership at the podium, but also our willingness as a group to be led as well. In particular, the flexibility of this group to at the last minute see elements on the screen and to be willing to spend time and effort responding to those. I think that is quite a good sign for the ability to progress going forward. So maybe just a few comments on some areas of convergence, divergence, and next steps. We saw several areas of convergence. I think ticking through them. First, encouragingly, that the outcome must balance concern and hope. I think there was a broad recognition that the Paris Agreement has spurred significant action across all long-term goals, but more must be done urgently over the coming years. Second, the recognition of the need for balance between the forward and backward-looking elements. That was clearly a key theme that we took away from these past few days. Another area of convergence that we heard was that this GST decision should not alter the nationally determined bottom-up nature of NDCs, and kind of want to emphasize and underscore that everything that we as the U.S. Have proposed, we think, is consistent with that formulation. Additionally, we think there's convergence on the critical role of the latest climate change science as really the foundation of our assessment and the foundation of our responses. Additionally, I think there's convergence on the need for urgent action in this critical decade across the themes and long-term goals here of the Paris Agreement. And then finally, we think that there was actually a good amount of convergence on the issue of adaptation, in particular on the responses and the need for urgent action. So on the divergences, those centered, as they often do in this process, on who does what, how, and by when. There are, of course, many areas of divergence, and I won't speak to them all, but I just wanted to kind of focus here on a few of them. Over the past couple of days that were raised, the role of the UNFCCC, equity, and CBDR-RC in light of different national circumstances. And to be clear, and we agree with the LMDCs on this point, we don't necessarily see these as the political level issues, since the Paris Agreement really speaks to these issues and also contains the solutions to these exact same issues as well. So, for example, on the UNFCCC, Article 14, in our view, couldn't be clearer that we're assessing collective progress towards achieving the purpose and long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. Relatedly, we just simply don't understand the assertions that we're also assessing collective progress towards the UNFCCC. On the issue of equity, you may be surprised to hear that the U.S. strongly supports equity. For example, in our view, urgent efforts to keep 1.5 within reach and minimizing the adverse impacts in the poorest and most vulnerable are a core component of what we're doing here, and of course, core also to equity. But at the same time, several propose that equity instead requires us to only look backwards. We've refrained from responding to those various assertions about historic emissions, but really would want to underscore that we don't see that as the productive way forward. And in fact, the various stats that have been thrown around aren't actually even consistent with the latest climate change science. So really would encourage not going in that direction. Relatedly, on CBDR, we think that there should be convergence on CBDR in light of different national circumstances. The addition of in light of different national circumstances, which recognize that each party has different capabilities and circumstances, was really key and foundational to unlocking the Paris Agreement. And as a highly capable country, we as the U.S. are striving to meet the spirit and letter of CBDR in light of different national circumstances through our NDC of 50 to 52% reductions, through a long-term pathway of net zero emissions from all GHGs by 2050, and providing substantial support to developing countries. So really want to emphasize that we support that issue as well. At the same time, we just won't revert to bifurcation in the GST outcome. In Article 4, for example, the Paris Agreement kind of very clearly sidestepped categories of parties when it came to mitigation, except in one narrow respect regarding economy-wide targets. And so going down the road of developed and developing countries and would be going backwards from Paris and just not an acceptable approach. Sorry for going long here, but just wanted to say a couple more words on next steps. So I think, again, we are encouraged by the leadership we've seen over the past several days and would encourage you to continue to lead us. We're willing to work intercessionally. We see value in moving to the next level of detail based on the discussions during this workshop, and would leave it in your hands exactly how to do that. But would also note, just kind of as a final point, that all of our detailed views are reflected in our submissions, and trust that not only will you rely on what we've said over the past several days, but rely on what's included in those as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, US. Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. And I will join others who've expressed appreciation to the SP chairs for their leadership and guidance during this workshop, as well as appreciation to the UAE as incoming presidency for the fantastic arrangements that were made and the opportunity to actually see something of Abu Dhabi. I wonder if this was done preemptively, because the expectation is we probably won't have time by the time we get to Dubai, but either way, it's greatly appreciated. I think from the point of view of AOSIS, first of all, we would support the views expressed by Cuba on behalf of the G77 and China earlier, and we just add a few things I don't expect to be very long. We agree with those who have said that this workshop was indeed a useful exercise. From our perspective, it helped us to clarify many issues that need to be resolved in order for us to have the GST outcome, the type of outcome that we want to see, which is one that actually results in course correction and makes a difference. We hope that there will be an opportunity to react to something in the intercessional period that reflects the discussions that we've had here, of course understanding the limitations around formality and mandates, etc. But we are in your hands, chairs, in terms of what you would want to produce. We know that we have quite a bit of work to do. We hope that we can look more deeply into the areas where we have convergence, but might be expressing similar ideas in a slightly different way. We think that was quite prevalent throughout the submissions, and then also looking at the synthesis report that was prepared by the Secretariat. We also hope that we will have some time to be able to specify and narrow the areas of divergence, and I won't enumerate them. I think that's been done fairly well by colleagues who've spoken before me. In terms of recommendations and proposals for informal intercessional work, it is, I have to admit, my least favorite mode of work, but we do support the opportunity to be able to continue the discussion on the road between this workshop and COP itself. We think that it could provide us with a good opportunity to tease out, in particular, how we want to treat with the necessary linkages to the GST with respect to all the different thematic areas under discussion, and we think this would be good preparation for the pre-COP and COP discussions. And just a note on whatever will be prepared, the reflection that will be prepared by the chairs coming out of this meeting. We hope that it would come in good time for us to be able to, I'm sorry, Annette. We hope that it will come in good time for us to be able to react and prepare our ministers at the pre-COP to be able to react to what is delivered. And finally, in terms of political engagement prior to the COP, we think there will be a clear need for some high-level political engagement on the GST at the pre-COP in a manner that helps us to move the process forward, and that would also hopefully progress the development of some key messages to ensure that leaders are demonstrating solidarity in responding to the first GST. Alongside the incoming presidency, we are looking forward to taking full advantage of the existence of a high-level committee, the high-level committee that will help us in terms of guiding our process forward. Thank you.
Frank, thank you, Trinidad and Tobago. Abu?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay would like to join to the who spoken before us, expressing our appreciation to you, SB chairs, also to the Secretariat, and of course to the incoming presidency for hosting us so warmly in these past 3 days. Secondly, we would like to associate ourselves to the intervention made by Cuba on behalf of G77. We are trying to refrain to repeat what Ambassador Pedro expressed in a very eloquent way. We try to be brief. Regarding the progress made in the workshop, chairs, we think that the substantive discussions that we faced here during these past 3 days allowed us to understand the convergences and divergences among ourselves much better. In addition to that ones already contained in the submissions, as well as in the synthesis report on the submissions provided by the Secretariat. We will try to refrain going into details on these elements of convergences and divergences. Our group trusts you, chairs, and also the Secretariat on being able to capture the relevant elements discussed here in the workshop in your incoming report on the workshop. Saying that, chairs, I would like to refer to your third question regarding political engagement pre-COP. In our view, having your report before the pre-COP to be convened in the end of October is vital to allow the adequate political engagement pre-COP. So we appreciate having your report before the pre-COP in the end of October. And from the technical side, also we think that having your report in hands would be very relevant. Parties will have other documents to be considered towards the CMA decision. We think that we are very late on having a draft decision to be negotiated in Dubai. We agree with Saudi Arabia on behalf of LMDCs. The mandate from this workshop is to inform the joint contact group. So I think the joint contact group has been very well informed regarding our discussions. But although the workload is intensive from here to Dubai, I agree with Trinidad Tobago, it's not the best way to work, but we think that we need intersessional virtual work, but very, very informal. We need to continue talking among each other, but again, in a very informal mode, in order to ensure the transparency and the inclusivity referred by Ambassador Pedro on behalf of G77. In order to make this informal more transparent and inclusive, we think that we should try to avoid a lot of meetings. I think we need to concentrate a few minutes between here and Dubai, but a very dedicated ones that allow a huge participation in a very transparent and inclusive way. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Abu. Senegal.
Thank you, Co-Chair, and yes, allow me also to join our speakers in thank you and your Co-Chair on conducting our work. I think we really appreciate your leadership during this workshop and the way you have conducted our discussion here. Well, this is also want to use these opportunities to thank UNA for the hospitalities and for all the enabling conditions they have provided to us in order really to allow us to work in a successful manner, and also to have opportunity also to visit these beautiful cities. I also want to, this group want to also thank the G77 and China chair, and we align our position with, and we support what he have said on the group, and we align ourselves to his statement. We think that we will need your report. So, as has been said, if we can have it in advance to the pre-COP, it's going to be really useful for us, because we need to prepare our minister. As I say, and as the LDC is already highlight here, the GST is really important for us. It's a matter of how we deal with our future, and the outcome of a GSC has to reflect this urgency of action, of implementation, and also ambition. We do think also that, yes, there are so many things to work on before COP, and we look really for your help and your support. I think you have shown, you and your co-chair, your abilities to guide us. And as been said we are under your hands, and we are confident on the way you're going to conduct our work. We do things that we might need after the pre-COP virtual setting, in order really to see how we're going to proceed and ensure that we arrive with COP section with a document that we can start working on. And I think this is, as I say, under your guidance, your leadership, and this group is really confident on your way of conducting this work. So I will stop here, and I thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. And we would like to echo others who have, first of all, praised your leadership and guidance in this very critical session, and also UAE for creating this holding container for us to come in together. We very much agree that this session was fundamentally different than others. We listened to each other, we started building on each other, and my delegation personally sees itself represented in every single statement that was said in terms of taking stock of the session that we have here. So we are not going to be repeating many of the elements, because we do agree with mostly of what has been said, including in terms of the way forward and the institutional work before pre-COP and after that for COP28. One element of concern that my delegation does have is this very uncomfortable sense of déjà vu that the work that we're doing now in the global stocktake is similar to many other exercises that we have done before in the climate change regime, when it comes to either reviewing or assessing collective progress. And the main concern that we have in Brazil is that we have no time to repeat the cycle all over again. We need to break the cycle. And we are confident that we are able to do that. The IPCC clearly says that we have a very narrow window of opportunity. And what we see is that the path from the global stocktake this year to the next round of NDCs in 2025 is precisely the political space and the platform for us to act on what science has been telling us that our last opportunity is. And it's our last opportunity to do that and achieve the 1.5 under the aegis of multilateralism. So we do take it, and we do understand the perspective of many delegations when they refer to the fact that there are many areas of divergence that are difficult for them to address. Pre-2020, historical responsibilities, CBDR, what happened before. But we are convinced that this is our opportunity to reconcile and avoid the global stocktake from being a multilateral assessment or review similar to what we had either under the Convention or the Kyoto Protocol before, but it did not work out. What we want to see, and we are convinced we are able to do together, is for us to come here together in the UNFCCC in 2028, in the second global stocktake, by taking stock of the fact that despite all the odds, we are able to course correct. We were able to finally offer to every country the resources that they need to have comfort and this international enabling environment to have their best ambition on the table. And that ambition is something that countries would see aligned with their national interests, because they would see the international system holding them, not holding them accountable, but holding them when they need. We also see this second global stocktake as one moment in which we could come here united in collective leadership. And leadership meaning supporting the other, listening, being noble, instead of being individualistic. And we also see the opportunity of the second global stocktake in 2028 being the moment in which our ability to prove to our societies and our people that multilateralism works will result in positive spillover effects that will pave the way to the reform of the multilateral system and of the financial institutions in accordance with the future we want and in accordance with all the Sustainable Development Goals. And then we will come here in the Global Stocktake in 2028, proud to see the climate system contributing to the achievement of all these 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This vision is possible. But we do see three enemies in our way. The first is denialism. And we believe that since 2015, when we adopted the Paris Agreement, we had the opportunity to learn from a major challenge which came from the pandemic. The pandemic showed us, at least from Brazil, three aspects. One, that if we don't listen to science, we are going to be doomed. Change will come upon us. We don't control complex systems. Second, there is no such thing as lack of resources or budgetary constraints. We are able to create and mobilize resources in 1 week if we want to. And third, unfortunately, during the pandemic, global solidarity failed. We cannot have the luxury to have global solidarity failing us in our fight against climate change. Denialism is the first enemy. The second enemy is cynicism. We were very happy to talk with a number of friends and colleagues here and have the confirmation that every delegation comes here in good faith. What we need is just to mutually understand each other. And the third enemy is distrust. Distrust among ourselves, but most important, distrust in ourselves. We must believe we can do it. Not because of naivety, but because we have no choice. An alternative to this, an alternative to the vision of a positive second GST is too tragic for us to allow it to happen. So each one of us, delegates at the technical level, have to hold the responsibility to move this process forward. It's on us, the leadership. It's unfair for us here to also only rely on you and on the leadership of our incoming COP28 presidency. We must all exercise leadership. So what our expectation would be from now to COP28 is for us to stop negotiating and for us to understand each other, for us to be united in divergence, but most important, in diversity. Because every single country represented here has an invaluable wealth of wisdom that will benefit in our task in mobilizing all of humanity's collective intelligence in the fight against climate change. So let's take this opportunity, and we are very happy to be able to report to our capital that this session was extremely productive and that it paved the way for a very successful GST at COP28. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil, for this very positive message. Next, we have Singapore.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I realize time is running short, so I'll keep this to a very brief 5 points. Thank you for the opportunity to reflect on the progress made during this workshop and next steps. And I think we echo very much what a lot of parties have said around keeping up momentum on the GST process. First, we would welcome the SB chairs to work with the Secretariat to prepare a report of the workshop in the spirit of summarizing the discussions between parties on the possible elements for the GST outcome. And we believe that this report could serve as an additional input to inform the work of the Joint Contact Group. Second, echoing Trinidad and Tobago, we also have the hope that such a report could be released ahead of pre-COP, with apologies to the Secretariat. But we believe this is important to inform ministerial discussions on the GST at pre-COP. The third, of course, is we also agree on the usefulness for more intersessional work. We do recognize the limitations and the effectiveness of virtual meetings, but we believe that these can be a platform to clarify differences and positions, continue discussing some of these convergences and divergences, and in the process try to find common ground ahead of COP28. And again, we are in your capable hands in this process. The fourth point I want to make is just to add that we believe the ministerial process can be useful in the lead up to COP28 as well, and that some of the difficult and perhaps intractable issues that parties have raised, some of them I think would be well served in being put in front of the political process and allowing our ministers to also help work through that. Fifth, I think we just also want to say that we look forward to the update by the high-level committee later on the events that they plan to convene at COP. and how they plan to use those events to provide high-level political guidance and to use that to contribute to the work of the JCG. And just before we close and wrap up, we also just want to reiterate our thanks to the SB chairs and to the Secretariat for convening this workshop, which we have felt was very helpful, to the incoming presidency, the UAE, for graciously hosting us in Abu Dhabi and the warm hospitality that you have shown us, and also our appreciation to all parties and observers for the constructive engagement that we've had over the last few days. And we look forward to working with you all to keep up momentum and to move the GST process forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Singapore. China?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, China align ourselves with the statement made by Cuba on behalf of G77 plus China and the statement by Saudi Arabia on behalf of LMDC. And let me start by joining the voice of my colleagues to express our genuine gratitude for you, the SB chairs, the Secretariat team, and the UAE incoming presidency for hosting this very important and very valuable, but also very enjoyable workshop in this beautiful city in Abu Dhabi. And also I give my special thanks to all the parties and non-party stakeholders for our evolving engagement in the substance of GST in a very constructive manner in this workshop. So as a matter of fact, we do believe that this workshop provides a precious opportunity for parties to substantially enhance our understanding about different positions and rationales of different parties. And also, just in the discussions in this session, we heard that some parties shared their observation and analysis of the convergences and divergences during this workshop. We agree with some and we disagree with some. So we believe at least this just suggests that the parties have different understanding of the convergences and divergences. And we believe that such analysis should not prejudice our future work along this process towards the outcome of the GST. And along our way towards the final outcome of GST at COP28, allow me to make a few points. And substantively, I'll make 3 points. The first is that we should always bear in mind that the aim of the Paris Agreement, the aim of the GST, as stipulated very explicitly in Article 2 of the Paris Agreement is to enhance the implementation of the convention. And the historic cumulative emissions and the pre-2020 ambition and implementation are not only the fundamental context of the GST, of the implementation of Paris Agreement. It is an essential and indispensable, integral part of our progress towards achieving the purpose and long-term goals of the Paris Agreement. And the second point I would like to make is that the GST and our efforts towards the outcome, producing the outcome of GST should address the substantial imbalance right now across different thematic areas. Mitigation, adaptation, means of implementation, international cooperation, in terms of the substantiality, specificity, and the length and weight we give to each thematic areas. And the third point I would like to make is that in our way forward to produce the GST outcome, we should always bear in mind the holistic approach to advance GST and the implementation of the Paris Agreement is that the ambition of action is deeply rooted and must be accompanied by recognizing the different starting points of different countries with different capabilities by operationalizing CBDR and with the enhanced means of implementation support and with enhanced international cooperation. And that is how we should advance the GST towards towards advancement of the progress of achieving the purpose and long-term goals of the Paris Agreement in the real world and on the ground. And procedurally, I believe that from now to the COP28, we need to identify a few pair of issues that of different nature. Of course, the first pair is the convergences and divergences. And the second pair is that within divergences, we need to distinguish the political divergences and the technical divergences so that we can better focus our energies of different level of engagements. And the third point is also very important, is to sort out the mandate of GST and the mandate of the work that has their home and has their agenda items to be negotiated in this process across different work streams. And specifically, from now out of this workshop, we align with the statement made by Cuba and by Saudi Arabia, excuse me, by the groups we belong to. We accept that it is very important to have something to capture this progress of this workshop. And a report by the SB chairs would be of values to the parties and non-party stakeholders. But this report should comprehensively and authentically capture the facts of exchange of ideas and presenting of different positions. And this report is of no legal status, of course, and under the ownership of the SB chairs, and should not prejudice the party-driven negotiations ahead. And with respect to any intersessional work ahead towards the COP28, we are open to any engagement in the way ahead, but we need to also ensure that any engagement is of no legal status and is of informal mold and of informal status. Thank you.
Thank you, China. This was, I presume, the last intervention in this session. I don't see any other flags, so thank you, colleagues. We will have, sorry, India, I didn't see your flag. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We'll have a very brief intervention here. I must thank, first of all, the Presidency for so graciously hosting us in this beautiful city. We appreciate also the effort and leadership demonstrated by the SB chairs. We support Cuba representing G77 and China, Saudi Arabia, and the submission by China just now. Chairs, the last 3 days were very useful. We have identified various convergences and divergences, and there is a need to move forward, and we see that, and to see that we are able to achieve the goal of GST decision during COP28. Various views have already been expressed, so there is no need for me to repeat them. But we are totally in the hands of the chairs as we decide for the time period from now to till COP as to how do we organize our work, of course, informally, to at least see that the divergences are kind of addressed. Chairs, we will also like to make some points. Given the constraints that the parties have in participation at intersessional meetings, virtual or otherwise, and following the due procedure, the joint contact group can commence its work only at the COP. The JCG may begin its work immediately as early as possible. That would consider maybe after the high-level events, that would consider the outputs of the GST. And adequate time could be allocated to the JCG such that to ensure the drafting of the decision text, and this is the first GST. It must be ensured that the SPI and SUBSTA, the Secretariat of the UNFCCC, that parties are given the space to discuss decision texts for all thematic areas, perhaps through more than one parallel infant session. And this is our submission. And to end, Chair, I saw you really engrossed, especially Mr. Nabil, in taking down notes, not being able to look at his mobile. Between India and Pakistan, Pakistan is 187 for 7 in 39.4 hours. They have shown real urgency to move back to pavilion after the 25th over.
Thank you so much, and thank you for bursting my bubble as well. You're absolutely right. I had like 25 pages of notes already. So I don't know how we are going to do this report within the time that you are giving us, because even my own my own notes are so big. I'm sure Secretariat's notes are even more lengthy. But thank you so much for this very productive engagement. We will have a very short tea break for just finalizing a few things, and then we return at 4 o'clock for the closing session as well as the update by the high-level committee. Thank you. See you at 4.
Sure. I mean, Joe is not here, but we can take Alison.
To have a clear understanding how we want the methods. Okay. Tea time is over. We were pushing everybody to come in this direction when they were interested to hearing our reaction on the output. And I hope that everybody is really interested in our feeling and our next step, because almost everybody was looking forward what will happen in the next, what was it, 26 days?
46.
46. Oh, I could relax. I was counting on 26, so 46 is not bad. Okay, saying that, so, dear colleagues, we are now moving into the closing session of the GST workshop. As already was told by Nabil, after the closing of the GST workshop, over here, the high-level committee will be present and inform you on the latest status and update of the high-level committee. So after the closing, please stay if you want to have that information. Together with Nabil, I, and then in combination we both, would like to thank you all for your productive engagement for the entire duration of the workshop. Has anybody any idea how much interventions you made together? At least over 100, at least over 200, but we counted and it were more than 300 interventions during the last 3 days. So you were really productive in sharing your views, trying to understand each other's. And as already you all said, we are very thankful for that mode of work. Also in our view, like you, we are making, or we made, tremendous progress. We also would like, not only you here, but also all the delegates who followed the discussion online, because participation was here, but the discussion was heard by a broader audience. We also would like to appreciate and recognize the engagement of the contributions made by non-party stakeholders. And now, to the next step. Nabil and I will prepare on our own authority, with no legal status, an informal workshop report taking into account the extensive contributions that were made during this workshop. The report will strive to include all elements proposed during the past 3 days and reflect what we have heard as areas of common understanding and areas of diverging views. We would aim to publish it around the pre-COP, and some people already look to the poor Annette, that of course has to do the majority of the work. We noted the call for informal virtual technical consultations. We will look into the feasibility of organizing them, noting time constraints. Of course, we encourage you, as you already indicate by yourself, but we encourage you also to reach out among yourselves to build on the convergence and work on divergences and to improve understanding with a view to identify potential landing zones. Thank you all, and this marks the end of a remarkable workshop, your contributions and the warm hospitality you all already mentioned by the United Arab Emirates. So the meeting is adjourned. Thank you. US, you want to have the floor?
Yes, just very quickly. Thank you so much for that helpful summary, and we certainly support it. Just one, I suppose, caveat on the summary report from this workshop. I think one thing we had mentioned was the importance of also reflecting our submissions. I don't think, we're not expecting another synthesis here, but for many of us, our views on some of these foundational issues weren't necessarily expressed in detail in our interventions, but are also contained in our submissions. So again, we defer to you on that, but I think we would see that as an input to your report if it's going to be capturing divergences and convergences as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, US. Yes, I mean, a number of you, if not all, doing interventions said we keep it short because we already had a lot of information in details put in our submission, so we don't repeat it here, we will concentrate. But of course, we will take that in consideration. No other request? Then the meeting is adjourned, and I would like to ask the incoming COP presidency and the COP27 presidency to move to this site, and we continue as a high-level committee.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Long time no see. Welcome to the second update of the GST High-Level Committee on progress and planning the GST high-level events at COP28. I'm joined here today by His Excellency Adnan Amin, representing the COP28 presidency, incoming COP28 presidency, of course, Harry, Chair of SOPSTA, and Ahmed Abdurrahman, representing the COP27 presidency. As many of you will recall, we provided an initial update during SB 58 and further published a note in July. We indicated our plans to organize the high-level events during the World Climate Action Summit on 1st and 2nd December 2023, with the participation of leaders in a way that allows these events to yield key political messages that can inform the outcome of the global stocktake as per mandate of Decision 19 CMA1. Since July, we have further refined our planning, and it now gives me great pleasure to invite His Excellency Adnan Amin to update you on the organization of the high-level events during CMA5. Adnan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ambassador Nabil. Dear colleagues, before I outline the current status of play on the high-level events, let me also take this opportunity to thank our two co-chairs for the remarkable 3 days we've had and their guidance, their leadership, and to all of you for the very, very productive conversation we've had over these 3 days. I think it has helped to shed a lot of light on the GST process, on the content, the convergences. I'll say convergences first before I say divergences, but some clarity at least on what the way forward for us could be. And I think that's been immensely helpful for us because we've been struggling for some time to think conceptually how such an important element of the COP28 outcome could proceed in a way that would meet everybody's expectations. And in terms of expectations, what's been very, very clear to us, ever since the beginning of our consultation process when we assumed this role of incoming COP presidency, is how important the GST is to COP28, the perception in the broader world, in the broader climate constituency of the centrality of the importance of the GST, rising alarm about the trends of climate change that we see, and that this was a unique opportunity for us to really recalibrate our global efforts towards a much more impactful climate action in the coming years, especially over the next 7-year period, during which what we do from now will be critical in terms of whether we remain with a chance of being in alignment with the Paris goals and with the potential of keeping 1.5 within reach. So for us, it is extremely consequential. It's a new topic, so there are no precedents. So in a way, that's good because there's nothing that constrains you. You can express, use your imagination to build a process that can be impactful. On the other hand, it's new. And coming up with the right approach that's inclusive, that's transparent, that's party-driven, but that reaches a level of ambition that we need to reach in terms of the trends that we're seeing is a critical part of this process. So this workshop, in our view, has helped really to clarify what that approach could be, and I'm very grateful to our co-chairs and to all of you for having taken this time and really having shared your views and your perspectives in the way that you have done. We're looking forward to how this process will unfold over the coming time. We have a discussion at pre-COP. As you know, we've already appointed for informal consultations ministerial peers. The consultations on the GST has been going on for a while. We had an informal ministerial on the margins of the General Assembly. And we're looking forward to continuing to develop ideas that can be helpful to the process coming out of that informal consultation process also. So thank you once again, and we look forward to our continued engagement. We believe that this would be potentially one of the iconic outcomes of COP28, and it's our responsibility to the international community that has so many expectations in this process to make this work. So we look forward to our partnership with you in doing that. There were some comments about the format of the outcome and what it should look like and so on. Let me underline that from the beginning, the base assumption of our presidency is that we want to support a transparent, inclusive, party-driven and party-owned process. And from that perspective, it's very clear that there has to be a robust and inclusive negotiated CMA decision. That should be the bedrock of the outcome of the GST. But we've taken note also on the comments related to whether there could be a declaration, what we do with the technical annex, and the potential of the cover decision. We'll continue to consult on this, but we believe that if the GST negotiated outcome is comprehensive and inclusive, this could be the kind of cornerstone outcome from COP28. So coming to the high-level events, we've met a few times as the high-level committee, preparing these high-level events that will take place during the 1st and 2nd of December, the 2 days of the World Climate Action Summit. What we have now in terms of our planning is that we will start on the afternoon of Friday the 1st with the high-level event on adaptation. And on the next day, on December 2nd, in the morning, the high-level event on the means of implementation, and in the afternoon, the high-level event on mitigation. For each event, we want to have as much interactive discussion among heads of state as possible. So we're planning to engage in each roundtable around 30 to 40 heads of state and government. Each event could potentially be presided over by 2 heads of state and government and moderated by a high-level representative of an international organization or from academia or any suitable kind of moderation. In addition to the heads of state and government at the table, we'll also engage high-level representatives of non-party stakeholders as appropriate. To ensure that we have transparency around these events, we are proposing to webcast these events. Following the pre-COP, the high-level committee will share concept notes with guiding questions to parties that will help to prepare for the events. In the next week, though, we will be sending out an information and logistics note, including a request for heads of state to indicate their preference in terms of the roundtables that they would be interested in participating in. Following the conclusion of these events, the high-level committee will publish a summary of key messages on December the 3rd, with a view to informing the negotiations on the consideration of outputs and the outcome of the GST. So that's, in a nutshell, the process that we're putting together. And as I said, there will be a note to all of you in the next week or so with the logistical information, followed by a concept note shortly after the pre-COP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adnan, for elaborating the different processes that are ongoing, additional to our own SB work and the joint contact group. You mentioned the ministerial consultations on behalf of the presidency, and also the pre-COP, and where we now are here for an update on the high-level committee. I hope it clarifies for the participants that already on Friday and Saturday, when the COP is starting, there will be the high-level event. That also ensures that you have maximum time for your continued negotiation. More information will become by the end of next week and after the pre-COP. But given your informal request, how it is going on, how it is interrelated, the high-level committee was of the view that it is important to inform you today on the latest status. We would like to give an opportunity to parties here if you have any urgent questions for clarification if needed. If anybody still looking for additional information or improved clarity, US, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Maybe two, I guess one question and one comment. I think the question is on the, and I'm sure this will come out next week, is on the level for the high-level events. You mentioned leaders level, is ministerial level an option, and kind of how are you thinking about that set of issues? And then I guess the comment was on the framing of the issue of finance and means of implementation. Of course, we've discussed this issue exhaustively here, but just to note that we would expect that that discussion would encompass finance flows and Article 2.1c and that broader set of activities as well, given that that's a core part of the Paris Agreement's long-term goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, US. I see China. Are there others? Because I want to take all the questions in one, so that makes it easier to react to it. Are there other questions? If not, China, you have the floor, and then we will react. China.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Presidency, for this very succinct but also thorough introduction of what is waiting for us on high level ahead about GST. And I just have a question on procedural. It's kind of procedural, but also substantively. It's about the summary of the key messages produced by the high-level committee. Would that be solely based on the high-level events during COP28, or also be informed by the like pre-COP, like the ministerial consultations you just mentioned, and the UN Assembly, the site GST ministerial? If not, will these different tracks of engagement at ministerial in some way inform the GST outcome? So that is my question. Thank you.
Please, Adnan.
Thank you very much. On the question from the US, as a leaders roundtable, preference obviously will be given to leaders. But within that, given that we want to accommodate as many countries as possible with contributions to make to this discussion, there will be some discretion in terms of how that process is managed to make sure that it's optimal and inclusive. On the very good question from China, the mandate for the high-level events is for those political messages that are expressed only at the high-level events to be captured. So that summary of the high-level events discussion will be purely that. However, I think there have been many very important, insightful discussions. I'm sure there's a way of creating some kind of information note or information framework that we could ask the Secretariat perhaps to start to put together on the basis of the different consultations that have happened, which could be provided on an informal basis to inform delegations of views that were expressed in different settings. We'll take that up with the Secretariat to see if that's possible to do something like that, but I think that would be a useful addition to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, the informative session of the High-Level Committee is also adjourned. Thank you, and safe trip home for all of you, and maybe some has the opportunity still to enjoy the very nice city of Abu Dhabi. Thank you and goodbye.